I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give happy to give information on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. The first giveaway is we will be doing a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So if you are participating in that giveaway, I'm wishing you a lot of luck. The other giveaway we'll be doing is we will be doing a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this app out to those who have not received it before. So thank you so much for helping to do your part in sharing these messages. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch any of those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. Before we get started today, though, first and foremost, most important question, how are we doing? Scale of 1 to 10. No wrong answers. Let me know how you're feeling today. Grand Rising Marie, so good to see you. Adam, good to see you as well. Thank you so much for those beautiful gifts. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day, little vamp. Welcome, Crystal. Thank you for joining us, Molly. How's everybody doing today? We are moving. We're not moving. We are in Gemini season. And it's not just the fact that we're in Gemini season. We've got a Gemini full moon coming up. And right around the same exact time that we've got the Gemini full moon, a new moon coming up. Did I say? This is what I'm talking about with this Gemini energy. We've got the Gemini new moon coming up, and right around the time that we've got the Gemini new moon coming up, we've also got Saturn moving out of Pisces into Aries. And because I don't think that's enough Gemini energy, right around the same exact time that Saturn is moving into Aries, is completing its transit into Aries, we've got Mercury coming out of Taurus and going into Gemini. And here's the thing with Gemini energy. I characterize Gemini energy as pinball energy. It's very quick. It's very progressive. It's very rapid. It bounces back and forth between things very, very, very quickly. But I was describing this yesterday in the podcast. In its own way, in its own quality and characteristic, it can, for those who like a lot of things happening at once, it can feel very exciting. For those who like a nice, steady, smooth course, it can feel a little overwhelming. And I feel like the best way we can describe so much of this energy moving into Gemini all at once is multi-ball, which is, it's going to be an abundance of Gemini energy in the season of Gemini. And I got to say, it's going to probably feel very exciting for those with Gemini placements. I have to stress, like, I was feeling very bad for those with Pisces placements during their season, because what did we see happening during Pisces season? We saw a bunch of planets moving out of Pisces house, which could have felt like a lot of abandonment wounds being triggered right in their season. For a lot of the Aries energy right now, having to work through a lot of intimacy wounds with too many houses moving into your house. So having to work about like feelings of the anxiety that arises due to the intimacy of close proximity, working through vulnerability there. I felt kind of bad for Taurus during their season because there was too many planets in Aries during Taurus season, which was probably feeling for a lot of the Taurus like there were a lot of red flags everywhere, just like everywhere you look, red flags. But Gemini, this is probably going to be a positive for those with Gemini placements, But it's going to keep you, you got to be nimble. You got to be quick. You got to be, you got to be able to like, you're going to have to like kind of improvise is kind of the best way to describe it. It's all about the pivot. I'll also say this because yesterday, if you didn't have a chance to see the cards we pulled in yesterday's reading, I would direct you to head over to our Substack, because when we post the podcast each day, we actually post a picture of each day's spread. And what was wild about yesterday's spread is it was all about the eights. There were eights all over that spread, to the extent, I need to stress this, to the extent that we recognized, and this is just kind of one of those delightful synchronous coincidences that occurs now. I'm in the middle of integrating a new deck, and somehow accidentally, inadvertently, some of the cards of the new deck mixed into my old deck, so that when I was reading yesterday, we actually ended up pulling two, not one, but two, Eight of Swords in the reading. And this was very important to yesterday's reading, because one of the things that we talk about, and the reason that particularly when I read, I associate the number 8 to Gemini, is because it has a lot to do with working through the context of a continuum. And what's beautiful about the figure 8 is that there's no sameness in the progression of the curvature of that symbol that we use to define 8. It is something that is constantly in a flow state, but also very rigid in the fact that it holds a shape. So a lot of that work we often see characteristic in Gemini energy, which is often why those who work to describe Geminis have a really, really difficult time. Like it is the je ne sais quoi of the zodiac. It is working in the context of what is ephemeral. It's hard to put one's finger on it, because when you're working in eclectic energy, right? When you're working in that space of not necessarily being one thing, and you see this often with those with Gemini placements, you want to see a Gemini wriggle, sit them down, and ask them to explain about themselves. Okay, you will see a Gemini run in the opposite direction, because that recognition of not knowing what's around the bend is often archetypal of a lot of the work that we see that Geminis have to do in their own life paths. But that work, right? Being able to, I keep on seeing, and this is going to be a lot of the work that we're probably going to be experiencing right now through this Gemini season, is one, working on the space of comparison, right? Looking at things that are very similar, but vastly different based upon context and intention, while also working to describe the ineffable. We're working to, like, I keep on seeing, like, this is big picture energy. So a high concept, working in the space of trying to like pin down the butterfly of the mind, in the space of trying to describe something without losing the essence of it. It's going to be a lot of that. You may be experiencing this already. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. We're going to unpack all of them. Now, for the energy in separation, everything I've been reading for the energy in separation right now is just magician, 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 magician. Why is the energy in separation right now going through magician energy? Ironically, because absolutely no illusion. It's an illusion-free zone. There's a lot of partnerships right now who are prioritizing authenticity as the prioritization and building into healthy relationship. Understanding that when we feel like we have to play a part to move into a manifestation goal, we always feel apart from it, right? The act of integration is, again, we have a lot of conversations about the fact that a healthy manifestation isn't one that makes one feel like one must disassociate in order to move closer to it. Because often when we feel that sense of falseness or incorrectness, or that anxiety about being in our authenticity, it can create a lot of that moment of working in a space. And I feel like even for a lot of the energy right now in separation, being able to recognize what was effectively missing in previous relationship as it relates to moving towards new energetic connections with a space of understanding the self. This is often why our relationships are built into quality depending upon how well we've come to understand ourselves, because that ability of the gift that we have in embracing our authenticity, this was all of that work that we identified and recognized that was occurring during Taurus season, right? Working through the lessons of majesty, majestic energy isn't about fitting in. It's about feeling comfortable with who one is. And when we feel comfortable with who we are, right, it doesn't mean that we feel like we're perfect, recognizing it means that we understand what our assignments are. We understand what it is that we're trying to work on. There's a lot of this energy right now that is bringing that gift to one another in partnership as they're trying to build into that context. And there's a lot of easement in relationality. And I even see like, it's a little like, I keep on seeing like a little bit of this partnership space right now. There's a little bit of like energetic provocation there in a good way. I keep on hearing provocation in the best way possible. Because if there was something about the past relationship that one was shying away from, right? Something that was avoided that led to some kind of energetic collapse, or the feeling of another having aversion or refusing to talk about something or refusing to address something. This is a lot of the energy just starting right there, right? Hard part first kind of stuff, right? We're just going to get to it, because that sense of saying stay back, right? There's a little bit of that stay back energy in some of those partnerships, because that's the energy saying if this is going to be a deal breaker, better that we find out now. That ripping of the band-aid is allowing for a lot of that refreshment. It's allowing for a lot of that easement, because this is the energy that is working on healing from the illusion of rejection, recognizing and identifying that when someone finds us in our authenticity and they don't like what we see, if we like what we see, then that is a blessing. That is an act of spiritual protection. So I see even now that there's a lot of that easement that's occurring to a certain degree as it relates to working through a lot of that energy. But it's interesting because it's in the process of doing so. I keep on hearing there's a lot of karmic release that is happening, because as they see how easy it is to fall into harmony with one another from authenticity, they're healing from any type of relationship that made them feel ashamed of who one is, instead of being able to embrace who we are. Now we come into the energy coming into divine union. And for a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, I'm just seeing that a lot of that energy is very much in high priestess mode. Why is the energy in high priestess mode coming into divine union? These are the chariot partnerships. So these were the relationships that were taking off from the time that Mars stationed direct up until the time that Mercury and Venus woke behind Neptune a few weeks ago. And for a lot of those energies coming into stabilization, the prioritization point in partnership being the stability, the consistency that is created in healthy partnership, that allows one to stop having to perseverate about what is going to come. The stabilization of the partnership that allows one to move into the inner sanctum of the self. What happened? Trauma was opened up, right? A heart opening. We don't know, and this is why we talk about the fact that we heal from trauma. We don't heal from trauma to make room for more trauma. We heal from trauma so that when we encounter joy, the joy doesn't feel like an illusion. Because for a lot of that energy, suddenly coming into a space that they'd never felt safer, suddenly recognizing and identifying everything that they'd been holding on to that almost feels unneeded or unnecessary, right? Working through the energetic shift. This is what we mean about shifting, the shifting of the perception that whether the counterpart's saying in that embrace, they're saying you're safe here. This is not an illusion. This is the energetic reality. And that ability of being able to embody the reality of the peace that you're making with counterpart is allowing for very large degrees of stabilization. I will say something that I've noticed that is very important is often it is very common for energy to fall back into separation during this time period. I'm not seeing that a lot of energy did so. I will say there was a small portion that may have, but a majority of the energy has found that stabilization point and being able to stay energetically stable, being able to articulate through what they're feeling instead of reacting to it. Because when we are having a heart opening and we articulate through it, That is a breakthrough. But when we have a heart opening and we start to project it, we start to act it out, right? That's when we bring the trauma into the sanctuary. That is when we have a breakdown. So the ability for a lot of the energy to be able to process something in a way that they haven't before is allowing for a lot of that point of being able to find stabilization, right? And there's a lot of that appreciation because that is the energy that is going into the space of understanding and recognizing that this is what we mean when we say that we're energetically ready for partnership. It doesn't mean that we're ready to want it. It means that we found the strength of self to be able to embody what is necessary in order to maintain it. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union. And for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, I just keep seeing that this is the energy that's moving out of temperance into justice energy. Prior to that Scorpio full moon in Taurus, which was a real doozy, because I'm keep on seeing that energy, Scorpio and Taurus, is a little bit volatile. It's working through the path work of change, being able to see the path of progress of change, potentially looking backwards, seeing how far one has come, or looking forward, seeing how far one has to go. There's a lot of that energy that is doing that work, setting the intention, building into the manifestation, new plans, right? New affirmations of the self to be able to honor how far one has come, but also to build into the context of where one is going. And while we see that the energy right now coming into divine union is looking each other in the eyes, they're saying, hey, eyes on me. This is the reality. You're healing from that. The energy deep within divine union is articulating and speaking towards the fact of having each other's back. And why do we have each other's back? Because when we heal enough to be in healthy connection, we also heal the ego. Because when we're in healthy connection, in a space that we've healed our own ego, we also, it's almost the energy that says, like, don't go easy on me, right? The gift of being able to hold another's dream allows for that ability of being able to work through something. It allows for that ability of being able to modify, being able to change, and that adaptability, the heart of the Gemini energy. This is the gift that we have in the healthy partnership that we receive when we've healed our own ego, because that ability to take a note, not to take feedback personally, but to appreciate the perception of the counterpart in the way that they see us. And we recognize that the sacred embrace that we see ourselves in, the higher self that we are trying to move towards, that is that moment that feels like it's the pledge of regulation, wherein you say to one another, not only do I see you and I honor you, but I know what you aspire to. And keeping one another on that pathwork, being able to have that rigor, that is the energy that works through the concept of having those moments of critique that don't create the space of saying how dare you, but almost saying thank you for your feedback, right? Because it's about we're going to talk a lot about this is Gemini energy. It's about the feedback loop. It's about the beauty of what a positive feedback loop can do in relationality to helping one see oneself more clearly. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. The first giveaway we'll be doing is someone will get a free reading. Whoever gives the highest gift will get a free reading. We'll also be doing a gift and giving a reading back to the collective when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We're already at 7.5K. Thank you guys so much. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages those who have not experienced this live to receive this live. So thank you so much for doing your part and helping to share these messages. Good to see you, little vamp. How are you doing today? Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you share the live. Good to see you as well. I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Marie, a 6 is okay. Well, it's a good baseline. We'll get you. We're gonna work on that today, okay? Hannah, thank you so much for those roses. I hope you're having a beautiful day as well. Wow, are Gemini women indifferent? Hold on a minute. From Gemini men, I mean, it depends. I mean, I don't like to say, I mean, when you say, I mean, masculine and feminine energy is always different to a certain extent, bearing in mind it's not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. But I think much like any sign, it's not so much the qualification point of the gendering of the sign work. It has to do with how well someone is embodying the lessons of the sign. We talk about this a lot. Like we talked a lot about, we talk a lot about the work of like the energy of like an unhealed Leo versus a healed Leo, an unhealed Taurus versus a healed Taurus. It's very simple. It's very similar for Gemini energy, right? Because working through that feedback loop, working through the understanding, the recognition of coming into an experience, knowing that there's always something beyond, like around the river bend, right? That can create a lot of this is often why those who are Geminis are very progressive in their thought work, right? They're very rapid. They're very much good in terms of anticipating needs or the needs of others or seeing something ahead of time. But when it's not in a healthy space, this can sometimes relate to some of the characteristics that we have sometimes negatively associated to Gemini energy, which is being too fickle, too adaptable, not being able to hold on to a manifestation goal rigidly, too much in a space of saying constantly, I changed my mind, right? So we see that like much like every sign, there's positive and negative work that has to occur in it. When we were just going through that in relationality to Taurus energy, right? We were talking about the fact that you can usually tell how well a Taurus is doing on their own journey as to whether they feel like they're in a groove or in their rut, right? Working through stubbornness versus tenacity. Siobhan, thank you so much for those gifts, dear. Hi there, mother. It has been the most doom feelings for the last few weeks. Do you have Capricorn placements right now, mother? Because I've been noticing when I've been reading right now that for those, like, there's a little bit of this energy we're experiencing that can feel like a bit of going through the doldrums. It's coming out of this full moon hangover from the Scorpio being in Taurus season, because I gotta tell you, it's working through the constant of change that can sometimes bring up a lot of anxiety. We've also got the fact that Pluto has gone retrograde right now, so doing a lot of the healthy shadow work and being able to confront your fears is going to kind of help with that a little bit as well. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for sharing what you're going through, and I hope these messages help. Christy, thank you for the follow, dear. Angelic, thank you for sharing the live. Good to see you today, Betty. Thank you for those gifts. Gemini here. What's up, Betty? Happy season. Hi there, Lolo, Gemini time. Simone, good to see you as well. And Alexis, thank you for those gifts. Hi there, Nick Jr., thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, Bridget, so good to see you today. Lee, thank you for the follow. And thank you, V. Your subscription's ending soon. If you'd like to renew, thank you for sharing the live. Good to see you today, dear. Lady Divine, thank you for the follow and thank you for those hearts. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you to myself. Sorry for just hopping in. You don't have to apologize for hopping in. Welcome. Stone. Tesseract, thank you for the follow. Bridget, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Good to see you too. Hi there, Grand Rising, Haley. Hope you're having a beautiful day. And thank you for those gifts, Adam. Thank you, Hannah, for the roses. Grand Rising book. Good to see you too. Hi there, Dwayne. You have an awesome day too from Alabama. Grand Rising, Haley. Oh, that's really kind of you, Dwayne. And for those who are joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. A couple of updates before we get started today on personal readings. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our class last week on the death card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Temperance card. I am so excited to teach this class. It is a really cool card. A lot going on there. We're going to talk a bit about the history of the card, the symbology. I'm going to work you guys through spread applications, how to read that card in any direction it may appear in your own spreads. I'm also going to be providing you a unique spread to take with you as you depart from that class. And all you need to do, if you would like to become a part of our tarot class program, is mosey on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Class Library archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up, but if you wanted to, now would be an amazing time to join, because you've got almost a full month between now and the next class to be able to take as many classes as you want. You could do 2 classes per week until we lead up into that class. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we are learning or have studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also have access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library archive. That is access to over 14 hours worth of material that is available for you to receive, and an ever-expanding library. And you will also have access to the option of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a subscriber, a paying subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which gives you insight on what we've been seeing in the cards in article form. I'm also very happy to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason. Those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual journey and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm at a discounted rate. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I want you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, this is the perfect time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. List is nice and short right now. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do dream interpretation, like past life, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic messages. We do pet readings. We do animal spirit guide readings. We do love readings. You can see the full list of readings we offer over on the tree that has Binks in it in my Lio when you send the donation. Also, if you have information that you feel is relevant to share with me during our reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also include it if you are a subscriber in our subscriber only Discord channel, and I can read it from there. I'm going to take a few moments to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Marie. If you'd like to become a part of the tarot class program, all you need to do is become a paid subscriber to my Substack, and you'll immediately have access to those classes. Thank you for the help, Bridget. And also, yes, I will thank you for bringing that up as well. If you are a subscriber already here on the Clock app, or on the place where we keep the videos, you should have access to our subscriber only Discord channel. And on the Discord, you will also find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to that Substack class subscription. Thank you, Adam, for those gifts. I'm so jealous of your eyeshadow collection. I've got too many. I've got too much eyeshadow. I have a moratorium. I'm not allowed to buy any more. But thank you, dear. Gray, you always take me to the dream space. Oh, thank you, Adam. And thank you for getting that subscription. I'm so glad that I helped support your day. And thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Minnie, it's so lovely to tune into this live every morning. It's a highlight to my workday. I'm so happy to hear that as well, Minnie. So good to see you too. Where can I find all of this? I'm so confused. Okay, so all you need to do, Marie, is, and you'll actually find it if you head over to my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. Over on that tree that has Binks in it, you should see the link to the Substack. It's called Tarot Church. It's Grace Strega Substack. You should be able to find it there. And all you need to do once you get there is sign up for the subscription. If you have any other issues, you are a subscriber. So if you want to message me in Discord, go to Discord and I can address the question once we get off the live, and I can send you the link. I can probably even do it while we're here. I can send you the link to the Substack from the Discord if that helps. You're so welcome, dear. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read, but if you'd like to get on the list is open. You will be the second person read for. Also, don't forget, we've got 2 giveaways happening right now. And our first giveaway is we will be giving a reading back to the collective when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. We are already at 10K, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much for tapping the screen. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this to be pushed out to those who need these messages and have not received them before. We are also, thank you so much, Bridget, for that gift. We are also doing a giveaway today. And we will be we will also be gifting a free reading to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck in that way as well. That said, good morning, Leah. No better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Just bear with me a moment. It'd be helpful if I was ready to get started. Just bear with. It's fine. You know why it's fine? Because Mercury is in Taurus. That said, I know if you're sleepy right now, listen, I'm going to tell you, sleep will get better when we don't have so many planets in Aries right now, because when we got so many planets in Aries had a hard time staying down. And the bright side is the fact that we've got some energy now moving out of Pisces, because when we had too much energy between Pisces and Aries, it was hard to stay down and it was hard to get up. Now it might just be like a little bit of the issue of the fact that you're feeling like you're sleeping lightly, because Aries are just light sleepers. Make sure you're hydrating, make sure you're napping. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, May 21st, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? May I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread? There they are, coming out together. We've got here our 6. Yeah, this is we've got our 6 of Swords in its upright in combination with our 5 of Cups in its upright. So Saturn is about to transit into Aries, and that's some heavy stuff. It's going to be in Aries for a very, very long time. And the thing about it is, I feel like what we're effectively having that's happening right now is there's a lot of work that's occurring in the space of resolution and reconciliation. Now, I want you to be clear and I want you to understand, reconciliation doesn't necessarily mean making up with people, right? Reconciliation means reconciling the emotions that we carry, understanding the nature of what we carry so that we can carry it more effectively. I keep on hearing there's a message that's coming through that there is an energetic shift that's occurring. Understanding that when we talk about shifting, it is shifting our perception. It's shifting the way we see things. It's shifting the way that we carry something. It's not easy work. It's painful. And we talk a lot about the fact that space of working towards something not avoiding it. I keep on hearing that this is the work that we're expecting right now with Saturn in Aries. It's not allowing, I keep on hearing it's not just, and I feel like it's interesting too, because especially with the Gemini energy that we're having, um, emotions are complicated. Emotions pull us in many different directions. But when we understand the nature of emotions in the space of understanding what pulls on our heartstrings, it's not just enough about feeling the sense of what pulls on our heartstrings, but being able to articulate the reasons why something is energetically important. Um, and I keep on seeing that this is something that is continuing to come up here, and I feel like it's going to continue to come up, especially as Saturn completes its move into Aries, because what we talk about in relationality, we've talked a lot about this. The gift that we have, the body is an incredible thing, and the ability to understand that when we hold bitterness to things, like bitterness is the alarm bell of the self that says, hey, you got to let this go. This is not something that feels like it's supportive to you, right? Like the message that keeps on coming through with Saturn transiting, and especially with Mars and Leo, is the space that we can't control the trauma that we experience, right? We cannot protect ourselves in moments that we experience trauma, but how we choose to carry it forward, that is always up to us to decide. That is always our energetic responsibility. And I keep on hearing that, like, a lot of this work right now, being able to recognize and identify like the difference between working through something. And this is why we also talk about the fact that we don't match energy, right? Because if someone traumatizes you, right, and you say, well, I get to do it too, right? Then the trauma continues, right? It is the space that of understanding anyone can bring you into that modality by bringing you into the space of like, that's all you say when we match energy with someone, we basically give another person permission and power over ourselves, because it's a condition by which someone says, as long as I do something to you and you react to it, then I can effectively control you, because what I do is effectively creating the space that you have to become what I am. But when we come into the space of being able to stand within our own self and our own power, we come into the space of, again, working through non-attachment. Non-attachment, that does not mean that we don't feel things, right? Non-attachment does not mean going numb. It's not feeling like one is beholden to being controlled by the emotions, right? It's that space of the chariot energy, finding the sense of self, the orientation of the self, to be able to feel a lot of things, but also move with a sense of purpose through them. That is the heart and nature of Stoicism. And I keep on getting that there's a lot of work that we're doing right now that is working through the lesson of a Stoic heart, understanding that a Stoic heart is not a stone heart. There's sometimes been misconception about that, feeling like, oh, it's great. Like when someone comes to you and they're like, it's great, I don't feel anything, I'm so healed, look at me, I'm fine, right? Like that's disconcerting. That's weird. That's weird. Healthy spirituality is not about not feeling. It's not about becoming stone. It's about feeling everything, finding the space to be able to carry that burden, but doing so in a way that feels like it is an honor. This is a lot of the work that we saw, that we were talking about with Taurus energy, which is having to do with navigating the space of majesty. Why do we show our shoulders to majestic energy? Because it is the honor of recognizing the weight that another carries. So when we come into that space, right, when we honor each other's burden, we allow ourselves to we move with one another with grace. Doesn't mean that we compare, right? Doesn't mean that we compare. We understand that it is different in every context. And this is having a big impact right now, particularly particularly for energy and separation. Center card for today's spread. Yeah, like there we go. I'm not surprised to see it. Heavy day energetically. Heavy day, cathartic day. Heavy cleansing is what I'm getting. Because especially with that 3 of swords in its reversal, that ability to recognize and identify. What's really beautiful about this is I see that for a lot of the energy and separation, it's the recognition point that we don't need to stop feeling things to be able to move forward. It's not about not feeling something. Like we've had this conversation before, especially in the space of having trauma. If you're sitting around right now and you're saying, yeah, I'm just going to wait till this trauma goes away to be able to move on with my life, I've got some very sad news for you. The thing is, trauma is not something that we can let go of. Trauma is the pain that sticks. Trauma is the pain that we carry with us. If we could get rid of it, it wouldn't be trauma. It wouldn't be trauma. But that's why when we do the work on the self, right? When we do the work of the self, we recognize and honor the burden that we carry. We build an altar to it, right? We are respective of it. We honor the pain. And that doesn't mean that when we honor our pain, we are no longer enslaved by it, because the acknowledgement of what it is that we feel and feeling that there is a place to feel those things, but also being able to move with intention upon it. This is how we release bitterness. And that moment doesn't make us feel like we're burdened down by the weight of what we're carrying, but instead we are borne up by it. And that's what I keep on seeing right now for a lot of the energy in separation. That ability of almost coming, like I keep on hearing, like this is the energy that feels like they're coming towards each other banged up, right? That's often what it feels like when one has wisdom, right? Like that feeling, right? This is the energy that's working towards authenticity. And what is the song of authenticity? What is the song you sing? I'm not perfect, but not resting on that note, right? Not using that note as an excuse. Right? The gift that we have when we trust in ourselves and we trust in our path is I'm not perfect, but I'm working on it. I understand what it is I'm trying to do. I understand what it is that I'm trying to heal within the self. And this is the energy that comes into the space that says that when we say to ourselves, I'm not perfect, then we can see, but I'm working on it. It allows the space to be able to see others that are also in that modality, because that doesn't require us to set a false sense of self. Right? It doesn't have to be that like here I am, I'm perfect. Like, aren't you lucky? It's that space of saying like, this is, I'm okay with me. And this is why we release rejection in that moment, because when we're okay with ourselves, when we love the energy that we embody, when we love the journey of the work of becoming ourselves, then when someone has aversion to it, we don't take it personally, right? We talk a lot about that's what non-attachment means. It doesn't mean it's great, I don't feel anything. It means ultimately, here's the thing, you might not like me. That's okay. It's okay. We don't have to like each other, but we can love each other in that space, because that is a space of saying, I don't think you're for me, right? Like working in the space of recognizing and identifying that when we're okay with ourselves and another person articulates the fact that there's something about us that isn't necessarily in alignment to them, then we move through things with a deeper sense of understanding. It is the gift that we give each other, where we heal from the illusion of rejection that makes us feel like everything must be in a space of liking us. Because when we try to be liked, we aren't being authentically ourselves. But when we like ourselves, we don't worry so much about how others feel about us. It's a lot of that space and that moment, that modality. This is why I keep on hearing that there's a lot of these connections that are happening, and they're talking about their imperfections, right? They're excited to share the news, is what I keep on hearing. They're excited to talk about what that progress is. And that's the energy that even in the space where they may start speaking negatively about themselves, I keep on hearing that that's that moment when, what is the energy saying to one another? Even in your imperfection, I like what I see, because this is the nature of love. If you don't believe me, I'm going to give you a challenging question right now. Think about the person that you love the most. Now, tell me really quickly, do you love them because they're perfect? Do you love them because they're perfect? And I know what you're going to say. You're going to say they're perfect to me. Because when we're in an energetic alignment, we are perfect to one another, even in the space of our imperfection. It is that we embrace each other on our journeys. This brings us to the energy coming into divine union. Fourth and fifth card of our 5-card spread for today. Boom! There's that magician. I told you the energy and separations in that magician energy. And the irony of the energy in separation that's in magician energy is, what do we keep on saying? The irony of it, Saturn's moving, absolutely no illusions, right? It's about the space of being able to embrace the authenticity and finding the love of the self in that space. And for the energy coming into divine union right now, I just keep on seeing that this is the energy that's in High Priestess. Why is the energy coming into divine union in High Priestess right now? They're breaking the illusion of the trauma of the past, right? Because if this is the energy that's moved into the higher ground of partnership, if this is the energy that's found the energetic stabilization point of healthy partnership that changes our perspective to be able to see something that we couldn't see before, and then immediately triggers a heart opening, suddenly all of that pain comes out. But instead of reacting to it, when we fall back into the trauma, we articulate through it. Instead of the breakdown, we have a breakthrough, because we find the ability to maintain consistency even as we recognize something that we could not see before. And so for a lot of that energy, I keep on seeing that this is the energy that looks to counterpart and says, doesn't say you've healed me, you've fixed me, because we don't get fixed through counterpart. We heal ourselves in alignment. We don't look to counterpart and say, you did it. You say, through you, I did. Through you, I did. Through the consistency, through the perseverance, through the ability of the self to be able to recognize and identify how I see myself in your eyes. This creates the stabilization point that allows the space of, I keep on hearing, the sacred gaze of divine partnership, which is the ability, and this is why we heal, because when someone sees our divinity and we haven't acknowledged it within ourselves, then we see that divinity there and we feel like it's a falsehood. But when we are in a space of accepting ourselves, when we are ready for that healing and we see that divinity through the eyes of the counterpart, we welcome that embrace because it feels like we are finally known. This brings us to a lot of the energy coming in deep within divine union right now. Clarification between our 6 of Swords in combination with our 5 of Cups in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Page of Cups in its reversal. I like the Page of Cups in its reversal. I feel like the thing I'm seeing right now for a lot of the energy deep within divine union is it's working through a lot of Gemini and Aries energy. And the thing about energy, Gemini and Aries is all about syncopation. Okay, it's all about syncopation. Gemini and Aries are very similar in this way. That's why I keep on saying that this Gemini season is going to be kind of like, I'm going to put it this way. If you are someone who likes a lot of things happening at once, I keep on going back to this pinball analogy because I need to just walk you through what's happening right now. We've got Gemini season. We've got a Gemini new moon coming up. We've got Mercury about to go into Gemini, and we've got Jupiter in Gemini. And so I want you to think about the fact that the Gemini energy in itself is very dynamic. It's very rapid. It's a lot of boom, 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 things happening very quickly. When you have that much Gemini energy all at once, if you are a pinball aficionado, it's like multi-ball. Okay, it's like it's not just one thing. It's a lot of things zipping around all at once. And that ability of being able, I keep on saying, like that ability of being adaptable, like that ability of just being like, like, yeah, sure. Like just pivoting very quickly. I keep on hearing that this is the energy that appreciates the count. Like this is the gift that we feel, that we find in healthy partnership, because it's that adaptability point, that ability of being light on our feet, right? Like working through the space of litheness that allows for that ability of working. And this is like, I keep on hearing, in a way, the power of love is constant adaptability, because when we need to change quickly, like for counterpart, we don't say how dare you, we say what do you need, right? Like it's the intuitive flow that we have when we come into harmony, where we don't step on each other's feet. We work to like clear a path, is what I keep on hearing. So there's a lot of that type of energy here. And even in that space, I feel like there's a lot of encouragement that's occurring in some of those partnerships, because when you the reason why is because, and I keep on saying, it is the gift of counterpart that, like, I keep on hearing the intuition that we have in being energetically adaptable is the conscientious force of the trust that we build in counterpart, because you almost come into the flow state where it's like, you don't even need to communicate in words. You just kind of intuitively sense what the other person is in the space of recognizing. So there's a lot of that I see is happening right now, continuing to get clear. And again, that has a lot to do, like, it has a lot to do with Gemini energy. Continuing to get clarification between our Five of Cups in combination with our Three of, there it goes again, our Three of Swords. I said there it goes again for those who are listening to the podcast, because ever since Pluto went into retrograde, I'm only pulling top of the deck half the time, because I go to get the deck and a card is always sticking to the table from the bottom of the deck. I'm not surprised. It's Pluto retrograde, so I'm not surprised to see it. We've got a card and it's transverse. There it is. There's that Justice card. Remember how I said that the energy deep within divine union is in the justice, is in justice right now, shifting out of temperance into justice. Temperance and justice, our cards are very associated with Gemini. We're going to be talking about that in the temperance class that we're having on. I have a different astrological take than others in relationality to what I align to the tarot. I'll be talking more about it in our class on the temperance card on June 11th. But one of the things that we're effectively seeing right now that needs to be recognized is the space of identifying the fact that, and I keep on hearing, the energy in divine union is coming through in the space of understanding the value of adaptation. And why do we keep on seeing adaptation? Because the ability to, I keep on hearing, the ability to adapt, right? And this is why I love the fact that, like, all of the sign works are close to each other, because they all have lessons that they could take a page from. This has a lot to do with the lesson between Taurus and Gemini, because when we talked about the Taurus energy, we talked about the fact that Taurus energy is all about the tenacity of staying committed to something. Okay. So, like, we see this with a lot of Taurus cycles, right? It's about perseverance. It's about routine. It's about the groundedness of doing something over and over and over again. But here is the important thing, and this is the gift of what we see often when we navigate the switch from Taurus to Gemini. Why do you do something over and 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 over again? Why do you put that sense of intention to something? So you can do it with your eyes closed, right? We put our energy to things that become part of us, because that ability of talking towards the ability to adapt is the gift of being able to have the energetic tenacity point. Because when you're doing something that feels like it's impossible, it feels like it's impossible, it feels like it's impossible, it feels like it's impossible, and suddenly the impossible is a part of you, right? Suddenly you recognize that moment where you just do it without thinking, right? It is the beauty of the space of understanding. The lesson that we have between Taurus into Gemini is those moments or those opportunities where it's like, I keep on hearing, like, the moment, like it's like the deviation point from the moment we think we are awful at something to the moment we've suddenly taught ourselves a talent, to the moment that we find we've learned something, we've stepped out of our comfort zone. This is what we meant about the paradox that Taurus works through, about the only way to find comfortability, deeper comfortability, is directly proportional to how uncomfortable you're willing to become, because that is the message that Gemini always sends to Taurus, which is consistency pays off into intuition, right? Practice the practice that makes perfect. Continuing to get clarification. And this is why that's so important, because what's happening right now for the energy coming into divine union, this doesn't feel real, right? What do you feel when you have training wheels? This doesn't feel real, right? When you're learning, when you're shifting into a new perception, when you're shifting into a new mindset, you're like, what is happening? Right? Because often that moment of moving into a new reality, you have that orientation where something doesn't feel energetically real. So that's why it's so important to be able to navigate the heart opening and not be reactive in the space of trauma, but be able to articulate through it instead of react to it. Because when you articulate, when you react to it, you project the trauma of the past into the present, you fall back into separation. But when you're able to articulate upon your fears, instead of embodying them, you're able to energetically heal them. And so I keep on hearing that this is the energy that is feeling that sense of unreality. And what are they saying to themselves? Training wheels. Training wheels. I'm getting the hang of it. I'm getting the hang of it. Like they're getting their sea legs, right? Getting their sea legs. Now, continuing to get clarification for the energy and separation, right? What is the energy saying to each other? Right? What is the song of the magician? I'm not perfect, but I'm working on it, right? It's the space where we see our flaws, but we don't ask for clemency in them, right? It's not the space that we say, like, we don't apologize and say, I'm sorry, or like, I'm like this. I'm sorry I have to put up with this. I'm sorry. It's the energy that says, I'm working on it, right? Like I recognize it, right? The productivity of the self that says, I understand my assignment. I know I'm like this. I'm working on it. But sometimes, and that's the thing, sometimes you go, I like this. I like how I am, right? Like it is that the flaws become facets, building into the space that we don't agonize about the fact that we have flaws. We'll never be good enough. We say, that's exactly what I need to put the effort in. That might be your new perfect, right? Because what does the lesson of Taurus into Gemini say? When we put pressure on something that we're not good at, magic happens, right? Something magical happens. We get better. Continuing to get clarification between our Three of Swords and its reversal in combination with our Magician in its reversal. May I have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now. Boom! With our Ace of Swords. It's a lot of this. I'm not surprised to hear it. There's that bottom of the deck coming through right now. This is all that Gemini energy. This is the thing about Gemini energy. Aries is the same way. And this is why you'll often meet Geminis and Aries who have a little issue when someone has excuses about things, right? Because Aries and Gemini they don't allow themselves to luxuriate in excuses, right? Gemini and Aries are very similar in the space of, what do they say? Practice makes perfect, right? This is also why I like to make the joke that if you ever watch like a Gemini or an Aries squirm, go up to a Gemini and Aries and say, tell me something that you failed at. And you will watch their face and they'll look at you dubiously and they will say to you, I don't believe in that. And you'll say, what do you mean? They go, fail, like it doesn't exist. Like literally Gemini and Aries do not think failure exists. They just think that and they'll say, like, Gemini and Aries will say, I've never failed at anything in my life. I've given up on things. I've given up on things. That's different, right? That's different. That is the different point, because this is the energy. It is the conviction. It is the conviction that Gemini and Aries have. Gemini being the perpetual motion machine, and Aries being the constant student, right? What does Gemini say? Anything is possible with enough time and effort, right? Working through the continuum, right? Like it's like this is like, and again, like that's why I told you the 8 with the Gemini, and again, right? And Aries, with that getting up, with that rev energy that goes and again, right? But the difference is the Aries is the stand back up, get back up. The Gemini is one more time, one more time, one more time. So we've got a lot of that type of energy here. And so I'm going to say this, especially if you're feeling a little bit of this frustration right now, if you're working through some of this stagnation, listen, Mercury is in Taurus right now. Mercury does not like to be in Taurus. I like to describe the fact that Mercury likes to run through all of the houses. Like Mercury just like rushes through, and Mercury can't run when he's in Taurus's house. He gets to run through all the signs. He hits Taurus. He's like, whee! Hello, how are you doing today? Right? So if you're feeling a little bit of that lag, if you're feeling a little bit of that drag, if you're feeling like something is taking forever, I want you to remind yourself and tell yourself, like, here's the thing, Mercury's in Taurus, which can sometimes have a bit of retrograde vibes, especially with Saturn being on the move, moving into Aries, like a lot of that contemplation of the past as well. But with this ace, continuing to get clarification between our Magician card and our 10 of Pentacles in its reversal. And I just want to point something out, and I am going to just call your attention for those who have been keeping up, like paying attention. If this 10 of Pentacles looks familiar, this was the bottom of the deck yesterday. Same card, same position. So we see with its entry point into today's card in the first row that this is a continuation of yesterday's lesson. You'll remember yesterday we started with the 8 of Swords in its upright, which was the bottom, the final card that we drew the day before. So we're already seeing a lot of this work in relationality continuum here. Okay, there's a lot of that conversation about continuing to get clarification between our Magician card in its reversal and our 10 of Pentacles in its reversal. Boom, there is that King of Wands. Always patient, never waiting. This is why we keep on hearing this so much, because that is the conversation that creates the harmonization point between Aries and Gemini energy. And the reason I'm talking so much about Aries and Gemini season right now is we are going into a Gemini season where there's going to be extra Gemini energy. And we're going into a Gemini season where there is a ridiculous amount of sign work in Aries right now. So I keep on seeing, and there's a misconception that we talk about the fact that there's a misconception that Aries lacks patience. It's not that Aries lacks patience. Aries has to learn how to make patience. This is the issue. Aries come here to heal the relationship to Saturn. Aries has a little bit of patience to spare, but Aries understands the lesson that when you have a little bit of patience, the patience becomes infinite. It becomes the sacred breath. Because how do you make more patience? Progress. The sacred breath of partnership is the patience that's met with progress, and then the patience that's met with progress. That continual inhalation and exhalation that allows everything to become possible. So that's the why we often see, and that those with Aries placements, it's not that they're not patient. What is the problem that Aries has? They don't like having their time wasted. They don't like having their time wasted. So I can see even now that if you're feeling frustrated, right? If you're feeling overwhelmed with some of this energy, I want you to be charting your progress. Okay? I want you to get out of that rut that you may be feeling, that something is not happening in the way that you expect it to, or in the timeline that you are expecting. Stop waiting on it. Watch pots don't boil. Instead, I want you to celebrate how far you've come. I want you to set your intention on where you're going. This is nice. This is percolating energy, okay? Because I'm going to tell you right now, if things feel slow now, okay, in about 3 days, we're going to have, with this Gemini full new moon and Mercury going into Gemini, things are going to pick up really quickly, okay? So don't let this be a moment that you're sitting on your haunches. Let this be a moment that you're stretching your muscles, okay? continuing to get clarification between our Page of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Justice card in its transverse. Can I have one card? That's not one. That's not one. Can I please have one card to clarify highest priority messages from Spirit? There it is, Emperor in its reversal. And that's what I meant about there's something about this that I keep on seeing, which is navigating through. I keep on hearing, and I would not be surprised if you're feeling like this right now, which is lots happening, nothing's happening, right? It's a lot of that. It's potentially, it's easy. I keep on hearing it's easy energy to get distracted in, is what I keep on seeing. So let this be a lot of work in relationality to sharpening one's focus. And I want to say this is something really important that's happening right now, especially with Saturn moving into Aries. Now is not the time to be triggered. I know I say that a lot, but I really, really, really stress this. And I want to say something that's very important. You're just like X. The statement, you're just like X, is projection. And the reason I'm saying this right now is because I am seeing that there is a bit of deja vu energy that is coming through right now. This similarity of experience, something that you may have experienced in the past, that feeling of familiarity, right? But what does Gemini ask us to do when we have those moments of feeling familiarity? Pay attention to what has changed. Pay attention to the energetic difference. Because often, right, often when we feel like there's a similarity in experience, in something that we've experienced from the past and the experience from the present, that isn't the universe trying to re-traumatize us. It's the universe trying to say to us, can you spot the difference? Can you tell what feels like it's energetically supportive to you versus something that feels like it is energetically damaging? Can you understand the difference towards the manifestation that feels like it's working in alignment to you versus something that feels like it was making you drift off course? And that's why I feel like there's something really important about this right now, because I see even now that there's a lot of energy right now in separation that is working through intimacy wounds, healing, doing something in such a way that you potentially caused an aversion in the past relationship, wincing through something, right? Trying to into their authenticity. And if this was an energy, these were situations where someone was authentic in past partnership and trying to be in their authenticity led them to be reviled, right? This is why I keep on seeing, like, this is what I meant about that work of Taurus energy, because often when we're healing wounds of intimacy, we have to go back to the scene of ourselves to be able to reclaim the part of us that was okay and suddenly realizes that it wasn't okay, right? Like that, I keep on hearing it's the reclamation of the self in being able to take something back for the self that sometimes can feel very difficult, right? Because it requires you to have to like think about or return back to an uncomfortable thought or an uncomfortable experience. This is how we reclaim things for ourselves. Now, for energy coming, and that's happening right now for energy, both that's happening across all of the frequencies. This is the work that we saw that was happening for a lot of the energy coming into divine union that's now happening as it relates to some of the energy of intimacy that is being restored, or trust that's being restored in some of these new partnerships. And I keep on seeing for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, like this is a lot of the energy. I keep on hearing working through old frustrations in new ways is the best way I can identify and recognize what I'm seeing here. Just, it's a lot of that. I keep on hearing it's a lot of that energy. It's a lot of that processing. Continuing to get clarification between our Justice card and our Ace of Swords, our Justice card in its transverse and our Ace of Swords in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with our Knight of Swords in its upright. And here's the thing I also like the thing about this that I think is very interesting is there's a lot, and I'm not surprised to see this either. There's a lot of vulnerability that is occurring right now for energy in separation and energy coming into divine union. But for energy deep within divine union, I see this being more defensive. I see this being more protective. I'm not like, that's why I kept on identifying the fact that this feels like that. That's why I feel like it's justice card, because it keeps on saying to me, I keep on hearing the difference between harboring and a safe harbor, which is, again, I'm not surprised to hear that, because we've got the energy right now in separation and magician, and the energy coming into divine union in high priestess. Because what did we talk about? The fact of the similarity of holding on to something that's important has to do with the conversation to the self as to why you're holding on to it. That ability of working through whether something we hold on to is sacred. It moves us closer to divinity versus something coming from the ego. What does the ego say when you're holding on to something that is important but isn't necessarily good for you, where you have bitterness? Why are you holding on to that? Because I want to, right? Because it feels good, right? The indulgence of holding on to something, even in the space that you feel the need, the fact that it's making you energetically bitter, right? And often the energy around us can even see that within us, right? We've had those, like, I keep on hearing, it's like the interventional force of someone saying, like, I think you need to let go of that. I don't think it's helping you. And someone being like, no, like, I don't think it's helping. Right? Like it's like I keep on hearing it's the point, like the poison sap of holding on to something that does not serve the self is articulated in bitterness. But when we're in that space of holding on to something that is important, it is the safe harbor. It is the feeling of holding on to something because it is an energetic sanctuary point. It is because it's sacred. And the way we can usually say that is when you're holding on to something important and someone says, why? Someone says, how much time you got? Like the higher self is like, we'll talk about this all day. One more time. Like there's that I told you, there's that Aries and Gemini energy being like, and again, and again, and again. Right? It's just the higher self is like the patient, the patient parent that goes, we're gonna walk through this. So I'm gonna, where did I lose you? All right, let's get started again. Okay, like just repeating. Okay, well we'll go, like the universe loves us. How many times? It's okay. One more time. It's all right. We'll just keep doing this. Continuing to get clarification between the Ace of Swords and the King of Wands, and it's upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now. There it is. I love this. That's what this is what we keep on seeing, right? This is beautiful, because I keep on hearing that there's a lot of work that's happening right now in terms of the difference between harboring and a safe harbor, letting go of bitterness because we recognize that it's not energetically serving us, that moves us into the space of being able to identify and recognize the path before us. Because when we hold on to something from the past too tightly and we become bitter, all we can see is it. We can never let go of it. But when we hold it in the space of, like when we turn it into an altar, when we allow it to change us, when we appreciate the fact that something occurred that we wish that we could do differently, we live our lives in the context of that journey. And what's beautiful about that, and this is how the universe loves us, it creates the space that we're always saved in every moment in the embrace of what it is that we can move towards to make something energetically better. And that doesn't require perfection. It requires assessment. It requires recognition. It's that moment that we say, I never got over that we say, it's not the space that says, I never got over that. And neither will you. I'm going to make it everybody else's problem. It's the moment that we say, it changed something within the self. And that observation is the recognition that when we try to teach each other lessons, we step backward. When we embody the lessons of the self, we guide a path forward. And that's what I see is very beautiful for a lot of the energy and separation right now. Because I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy and separation, that ability of identifying, I keep on hearing that there's a lot of energy right now building into the context of being their authentic self. And potentially in the moment of becoming their authentic self, they act as a beacon for those that are for them to find them and to be loved in that embrace. And in the moment that you're able to embody that, you suddenly recognize that sometimes we experience those moments that someone sees us, and we have to heal from those relationships that don't feel like we have the same manifest in relationality to the goals that we pursue. Because when we are building into manifestation, healthy manifestation isn't about gimme. It's about help me see. Because often you can go into the context of seeing something that you think should be your manifestation, but is giving every indication that it's not. And that's when we have those moments of saying, why isn't my manifestation acting right? And the higher and the universe says, why don't you think about that for a minute? Why don't you slow down and just repeat what you just said to me? Why is your manifestation not acting right? Put it together. Put it together. Right? Because when we come into the space that we try to see something that we want, but we say it's perfect, but I need to change it. Right? That is not the healthy manifestation. That is the articulation of coveting something. That is wanting something for the sake of having it instead of manifesting. Because when we want things, but we don't think about how they feel, then we become into the space of energetically coveting things that are not inclined in alignment to us. But when we work towards alignment, we articulate about the values, the qualities, the characteristics of the things that we aspire to find in our life. And then we say to the universe, help me see it. Help me see what I need to change in myself. Help me see where I can find it. Show me what I'm missing. That is the song, the healthy manifestation. It's not gimme. It says, it is show me what I'm missing. And so that's why I keep on seeing that there's something beautiful that's happening in some of these partnerships, because something about feeling the ability to be in one's authenticity, to feel safe to do so. And then again, experiencing someone that says you're not for me, and you don't say I can change, you say have a nice day, right? Because that is the energetic blessing. Because if you're in your authenticity and another person doesn't like what they see, that isn't for you. That's not your person. That's not, I mean, it could be, but who are you gonna have? Is it like the universe says it could be? Who are you gonna have to become? Who are you gonna have to become to maintain that? You can have, that's the universe. The universe loves us. And the universe says you can have anything you want, but you have to think about what it's going to feel like to have it. Do you want to have something that you feel looks perfect on the outside, but doesn't feel right on the inside? Or are you going to let that heart guide you into this that you know you are safe? And often that feels like you're moving into the unknown. Because again, when you're building in a healthy way space with the universe, you take that unknown hand, you say, I trust you every step of the way. Right? That is what we mean about surrendering. It's not the space of giving up. It's relinquishing control in what it is we demand so that we can see what is for us in our highest alignment. Continuing for energy right now, coming into divine union, clarification between the Emperor and its reversal and our Knight of Swords and its upright. Put down your weapons, right? Because this is what's happening right now. For a lot of the energy coming into divine union, the unreality of being able to be in a space where there isn't trauma. What is the song that you hear there? Put down your weapons. But when you're not ready to heal from your trauma, what do you try to do? You hold on to them tighter. You say, this isn't safe. I'm not safe to do so. This is a trap, right? You build into that content, like you build into the modality of what the trauma has taught you, instead of moving into the bliss. And this is why we talk about the fact that we work to heal the self so that when we find our peace, we don't damage it with all the other stuff that we had to go through in order to find it. Because that ability of going through something difficult but not letting it change you is the ability of saying that those are the things that I needed to survive back there, but they aren't a part of me. I didn't let them shape me. I'm able to relinquish them to be able to navigate and maintain the energetic peace that I found for me. So that's why I keep on seeing that there's a degree of protectiveness that is occurring right now for a lot of the energy that is coming into divine union. Because what are they saying to one another along the way? For you, I am going to do the hardest thing that there is to do. I'm going to learn to put those weapons down. I'm going to learn that it is energy energetic safe there. Here, I'm going to, again, so many, like all of this energy in Aries, I'm going to learn to trust you. And that is a journey that always, again, feels a lot like you're moving into the unknown, right? And what does the trauma say? You're making a mistake. Don't trust anybody. Oh, this isn't real, right? And what do you say to the trauma? Get behind me. You're not real. I'm healing from you. This is not that. And as we heal from the trauma, we make our peace every day, because that ability of understanding that what we heal from is behind us, and we move with intention into the vulnerability before us. This is how we find our way in terms of making that peace. And we do so, and we create that every single day. Continuing to get clarification between our Knight of Swords in combination with our Nine of Cups in its upright. There's that Nine of Pentacles. It's in its reversal today. And I need to stress this. Again, I would ask you, if you want to take a look, head over to the Substack if you want to see yesterday's spread, because this is almost the same exact position that we found this card in yesterday. Though yesterday it was in its upright. Today it's in its reversal. So working through a lot, there's a little, I want to describe this right now as like a little bit of quietude. There's a little bit of energetic stagnancy that we're feeling right now. A lot of that potentially has to do with the fact that Mercury's in Taurus. It can make things feel like things slow down. It can make things feel like things are taking more time than you would expect. But that's what I keep on hearing. This is a good opportunity to be able to work towards building out. And again, if you're feeling that weight, I want you to be focusing on recognizing your accomplishments, being energetically productive. Because I keep on hearing that a lot of that work is such where we identify and recognize, and I keep on hearing, not allowing oneself to be overwhelmed in relationality to what it is that you're trying to do. If you're feeling, I keep on hearing, this is really good too. Gemini is very good at this. Like taking something apart in order to put it back together. And so like a lot of that work that we're seeing here is that ability. I keep on seeing, finding efficiencies, finding better ways to do things, being energetically adaptable. There's something about this energy that is building into the appreciation of being able to be, I keep on hearing, being able to be energetically lighter in the space. I would not be surprised if there's not a lot of energy right now going through some processes of decluttering and things of that nature, because like Gemini, like it's interesting. Geminis have like a thing with clutter, right? Like it's like they don't want clutter because it gets in the way. So I can almost see that there's either conversations that are happening right now, deep within divine union, being able to dismantle feelings or break something down to be able to understand it better. Like a lot of those conversations in relationality to identifying things that are missing, potentially in, I either say either in partner relationships or in relationships outside of the self. It's like I keep on hearing it's a lot of like working through missing piece energy, right? It's like working through, it's the identification point of being able to pinpoint something that would be helpful for something, or something that is energetically missing. Or we're seeing to a certain extent that this is like I told you, like this is almost a remnant of the energy having the breakthrough. This is the energy coming into divine union that was having the breakthrough, that's coming through to the energy deep within divine union, because it's like I keep on hearing, it's almost like the energy saying, I don't know why I was holding on to this. You know what I mean? Like it's identifying how much one has changed in the fact that something else has a different meaning, which feels kind of Scorpionic to be honest, which is interesting. I need to investigate why that is. Now, for energy coming into divine union right now, this is why I kept on telling you that if you were to ask, if you were to ask a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now how they're feeling, like they probably say, like, how are you doing in the relationship? They probably say never better. How are you feeling? Never been worse. But they're saying never been worse with a smile on their face. Why are they saying never worse, never worse than with a smile on their face? Because they've seen and recognized something that they didn't realize that they had to heal. It's like the observation of a new assignment. And so that's why I keep on seeing that there's a little bit of this energy that is like in a state of amazement, but also feeling very appreciative of being in that space. Because often when we see something that we couldn't see before, we feel kind of staggered under the weight of it. This brings us to a lot of the energy in separation right now. And that's why I keep on seeing what's interesting for a lot of the energy in separation. I keep on hearing there's something about the energy in separation releasing sacred rage in the new relationship. Why is the energy releasing sacred rage? Because if these are modalities right now where they're building into authenticity and they're being embraced in the space of being able to be their authentic self, right? They're potentially seeing any of those relationships in the past where someone carried an aversion or a desire to change us, right? And often those modalities, they can feel very devastating because it's almost like those situations where you look back on a past relationship and say, they said they loved me, but I was never sure if they liked me, right? Because that can often be the amplification of feeling a situation where someone likes like parts of us, but they don't like the sum of us. And they're working to try to change us in ways that we ourselves might not desire to change. And that's why if there's some energy right now in separation that is recognizing that, right? That space of someone that constantly or perpetually said that they liked us, they loved us, but it never seemed that they liked us. This is the energy that understands that healthy partnership always navigates change, right? It's not that you don't change in partnership, but in healthy partnership, you're perpetually changing in ways that you aspire. But in unhealthy partnership, you're perpetually changing in ways that you revile, right? It is the revolution versus the aspiration that is often the disambiguation point between the relationship that feels like it's in alignment to us in terms of sharing the goals, in terms of how we want change, versus the unhealthy partnership that feels like it's turning us into something that we do not desire to become. Final card for today's spread, between our Two of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Nine of Pentacles in its reversal. There's that King of Cups in its reversal. Now, it's feeling very Pisces right now, and I'm not surprised to feel a lot of this Pisces energy, especially because, you know, we've got, in a couple of days, Saturn is going to finish its transit out of Pisces into Aries. And that's what I meant about the fact that we're seeing and experiencing a lot of emotional release right now. Right? The observation of the feelings that we carry about the past, but also like that space of being able to move through them in ways that are like, I keep hearing, it's like the tide, the inevitable tide of the self, where one allows the wave of emotion to pass through us, that helps us amplify and recognize that we feel strongly about something, but also being able to keep the force of intention in relationality to what our actual intention is. Because we've been talking a lot about this over the last few days in relationality to the space of the emotions. Because we have to remember that the emotions desire things, but they don't hold the map. And often this is why the emotions are like the tail of the comet, because they're always very connected to the things behind us. They don't know what's ahead of us, right? They don't know what's ahead of us. This is why it's hard to let go of the past. All the emotions live there, right? And what do the emotions say? We have to go back. We have to go back. Right? Right? I don't know. I don't know. It's not that way, right? And this is why we talk about the space that honoring feelings isn't just doing what you feel all the time. That's not honoring feelings. That's being controlled by your emotions, right? That's not honoring feelings is not just doing what feelings dictate all the time. That is being controlled by them. I like to describe it. You have to look at your feelings like children. And sometimes, I know you've heard me say this over the last 2 days, sometimes the emotions come towards you with something that's helpful. They say, "Can I have a sandwich?" Sure. "Can I have a cup of water?" You got it, buddy. Sometimes they come up to you and say, "Could I please have some very sharp objects and some flammable items?" And you say, "What?" And that's when you take the emotions and you sit them down and say, what are you trying to do, buddy? And then they tell you, and then you say, No, no, no. I know that sounds like a good idea, but we're not going to do that because that's not good for us, right? So when we are in the space that we feel we have to shepherd our emotions, we understand that the emotions desire to feel more emotions. The emotions are like, "I would like to feel more emotions, please." But they're the good emotions for us, right? Is good, feels good, is good. The alignment point between the higher self and the ego that comes into alignment versus those spaces that's like, "I would like to do that," but it's not necessarily healthy for us, right? So that ability of being able to be energetically intentional, this is what we talk about non-attachment. It is the ability to sit and hear the emotions out, to understand what it is that they want, and then be able to move that into a space that feels like it's energetically productive, right? So again, a lot of that work in Gemini, and that's what Gemini comes to teach us to a certain extent. Everything in its right place. Okay, like taking the things that feel like they're moving us in directions that aren't healthy for us and moving them into better places. So I would not be surprised if there's a lot of movement that's happening right now. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of rearrangement internally or externally, because that ability of being able to take something that feels like it's causing pain in you and moving it into a productive space, this is how we heal. And that's why there's nothing more foolish than saying, "It's okay, I'll heal. I'll just wait till this feeling goes away." I know it would be nice, but you have to remember, when you say to yourself, "I'd like something to make the feeling go away," that's not healing. That's disassociation. A healthy manifestation is not about feeling less. It's about feeling more. And so I keep on seeing that ability of working through something and being able to even articulate. I see even now for a lot of the energy and separation, what are they saying to each other? "I'm never going to get over that," right? They're not amplifying the fact that they're walking away from a situation because of a lack of care. It's not about a lack of care. It's about shared manifestation goals. So I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy that's working through the volatility of navigating experiences from the past where they may have desired a different energetic outcome. But what does the healthy heart say? Alas, right? That was not the space that I thought it would be. And we often move into that space because that ability of being able to recognize the direction that something's going, not based upon the quantity of how another person feels about us, but rather whether we want to manifest the same things. This moves us into the healthy partnership that, again, changing ourselves in ways that we aspire for versus the unhealthy partnership that we can usually identify when we want different manifestation goals. When we feel or experience something that we feel like we're changing in ways, or someone's trying to make us change in ways that we do not feel energetically inclined to, or we feel like we're moving off of our path. So that's why I see there's a lot of that energy here that is doing the hard part first. They're not saying, "Let's just see how." Never are we less safe than we say, "Let's just see where this goes," because we always have a heart's desire. But when we're in a space of being healed, we articulate our heart's desires to each other to make sure that we're energetic in alignment, because that's how we protect each other. That's how we make each other safe, because a healthy manifestation is one that is mutually shared. We never try to position someone in our manifestation. We collaborate with them together. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep with coming into divine union. This is a lot of energy that is I keep on hearing, they're working through the difficult journey of putting the weapons down, because often we don't realize what we're carrying or how protective we were until we're in a space that we feel vulnerable and safe enough to do so, and being able to navigate that vulnerability, being able to come into that space of being able to open up. I see even now, there's not the fact that it's difficult. This is energy that's doing the hard part. They're realizing that peace isn't found, it's made, and they're working every day to make that peace via healthy communication and not harboring feelings, but articulating through them. This brings us to a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union. I just keep on seeing for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, what is the energy deep within divine union saying? Feelings have nothing to do with it. Why is the energy saying feelings have nothing to do with it? Because it's not the fact that the energy deep within divine union doesn't have feelings. But when we're moving with purpose, when we understand and recognize the purpose of what we're trying to build into, it is the understanding that that work, right? And I even see even now, there's a lot of the energy deep within divine union that's working on not being too hard on themselves, right? Because what does the trauma say? You'll never amount to anything. You'll never be good enough. You'll never be smart enough. There'll always be someone better than you. Why even try, right? The trauma always says to us, it's all of those parts of the things that we heal from, of another person projecting their own insecurities on us that we then embody. And that space of being able to feel those moments, to have those haunting recollections of the things that we've survived, that is that moment that we look them in the face and we say, I don't believe in you anymore. And often the healthy counterpart helps us separate the things about ourselves that we aspire, right? The clear vision of the counterpart that says, you trust my perception of you. I know what you're energetically capable of. That moment or that opportunity of feeling the divinity in the gaze of the counterpart that helps us see ourselves more clearly, that also gives us the gift when those unhealthy feelings come up to be able to put them aside and say, I'm not listening to you anymore. You got to get out of here. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Boom. 6 of Cups in its upright. I'm not surprised to see the space of like a lot of this work that we're identifying right now, particularly in the realms of the fact that Saturn is moving out of Pisces. There could be a lot of emotionality that's rising up right now in relationality to the past, and particularly connections of the past. A lot of that potential sentimentality. But that's why I keep on seeing that there's something really beautiful about some of that work, because I keep on identifying that it is the appreciation of perception that allows us to carry things in different ways. And that moment or that modality or remembering, often, and I need to stress this, there's a little bit of this slowness that's happening right now for some of the energy and separation. I see a lot of energy right now that feels that desire to kind of run into the arms of the new counterpart, but they're holding back and they're almost apologizing, because this is the energy that says, I'm sorry that I can't move towards you with as much expediency as I would desire, but I have to make sure that I'm energetically safe. They're letting Saturn do the work, because often the only way we can tell the difference between someone who says that they want something versus having the capability of being able to manifest it is being able to allow Saturn to do its work, allowing time to show us the consistency of effort that articulates someone that's truly in their intention. So that's why I keep on hearing that there's a lot of energy right now building into new connections, saying slow and steady. But that slow and steady, it's difficult, it's rigorous, because it's the energy that feels like they're ready, but they're just being careful. Continuing to get, and I keep on hearing that's okay, because healthy relationship is not one that demands trust. It is the recognition that trust is something to be earned. While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union right now, there's a lot of reckoning I'm seeing and resolution to looking back at the past in different ways, especially as it relates to the failure point between something one was trying to change within the self versus something that was being experienced on the outside of self. And that's why I keep on identifying that some of that work is like, I keep on seeing there's a lot of energy rebalancing things in relationality to the shift of perception as it relates to what feels like it was healthy versus feels like it was not. Continuing for the energy deep within divine union right now, This is why I see so much of this protectiveness, because I just keep on seeing that. I keep on seeing that feeling, and this is why um, we work into I keep on hearing the concept of love is one that we don't carry past grievances forward, because when we carry like when we carry past grievances forward, we take this avenge me energy with us forward into things. But when we're working into a space of positivity, right, this is the force that we give each other, because that feeling of protectiveness is one that is the articulation of love. It is the articulation of 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 the embrace of love, right? I keep on hearing it's not about deserving things, but the articulation of saying that there are things that we cherish, and that ability of expanding that feeling of being cherished. It's almost like the space of looking towards others and feeling that sense that we're all each other's children to a certain extent. That when we understand that we're all carrying burdens and we're all doing the best that we can, we don't need to compare each other's journeys. We just need to love each other in the face of what we're carrying. So I keep on hearing, like, I almost hear a lot of the energy being like, working in that context, in trying to understand and articulate what it means to care, but also like growing frustrated in energy, like working out the fact that a good manifestation should never be exceptional, which means it's a healthy manifestation is one that can be shared, because it's the desire to say something that I desire is something that I want for all those around me. Right. So if you're ever unsure about a manifestation you have as to whether it's positive or negative, you have to say to yourself, is it something that I would desire that everyone else have as well? Or is it something that feels like it's just exclusive to the self? Because that is the calibration point between being in a space of love versus being in a space of righteousness. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here to experience it. Just a reminder, if you would like to have a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the death card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Temperance card. If you would like to become a part of our tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you updates on everything we've studied thus far, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we are learning or studying thus far. And if you are a founding member to our Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 14 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a founding or paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified about any new offerings I'm offering. You'll also have access to our Mystic Meditation articles, which are recaps on what we've been seeing energetically in article form. You'll also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. I would encourage, if you purchase the package series, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. Thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. The person who has won today is Little Vamp. Congratulations. You got our highest gifter today. You will have a free reading. And Bridget, you got second, so you will also have a card in your reading. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 20 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was did. Yep, you're first today, Grace. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. But if you would like to get on the list today, now is a great time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. Also, friends, we are at 45.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. You're so welcome, Team Olsana. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Nikki, thank you for the follow. And welcome as well. Minnie, thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Grand Rising Leia. Hi there, Flo. Good to see you today. Minnie, I'm an Aries moon and I haven't been sleeping well. Yeah, the thing with Aries, like those with a lot of Aries placements, we're light sleepers. You know, it's a thing with Aries placements. It's being light. It's like light sleeping. You know, and I feel like the sleep will get better or easier when we start having less of these planets in Aries right now. Lots of hydration and a lot of naps. Hi there, Alex. Good to see you today. Manifest. Listen, learn, understand, heal through emotional maturity. Tap to claim, manifest. Grand Rising, Susie. Welcome, Bexka. Thank you for the roses. I'm sending you so much support if you're in active addiction right now, Lauren. And make sure, I keep on saying, make sure that you have a support system, right? It's not, remember, you don't have to do that alone. I feel like often in the space of working through addiction, it's important to be able to have those around you that can work as a support system. So make sure you're reaching out, make sure you're getting that assistance. Or if there's someone around you that you care about that needs that as well. Marie, is this why I've been in my masculine energy for the past 2 days and aggressive? It might have a bit to do with the fact that I think it might have to do with the fact that Mercury is in Taurus, and also the fact that Saturn is transiting into Aries. If that's what's happening, like the Saturn transit right now, it's heavy. It's heavy stuff. How do you do that though practically? What part? What do you mean? What's that? Perfectly broken, constantly growing. Tap to claim, Lauren. I'm happy to answer that question. I just need clarity as what you meant in relationality to that. Yes, this is our truth, and be grateful and working in a point of gratitude for lessons. Tap to claim, Earth Angel. Oh, the person I love the most is me. So I am perfect to me. Of course, you have to love yourself. Most important thing. Nikki, thank you for the follow. Rachel, my whole life is one big pinball machine. Do you have Gemini placements, Rachel? I feel like that's a lot. Like Geminis are like, it's pinball energy. Like that's how whenever I see a Gemini. And if you ever want to you ever want to watch a Gemini like cringe, be like, tell me about yourself. I love all the pinball references lately. Thank you, Bookcase. Good to see you today. Susie, I love your outfit today. It's very blue. Yeah, I'm wearing my Stitch shirt. I'm a Gemini. He's a Taurus. Oh, that must be interesting. Gemini and a Taurus. Oh, man. It's probably very funny. What's it going to take to get you out of this mood is all I keep on hearing. Oh my gosh. You just rub the nerve raw until I like it. I like it. I was going to say because I'm dumb and not to get better at it. No, not dumb. You see, that's what we're trying to avoid, little man. But that's also a very Aries thing. Aries are always like, I just need to stop sucking at what I'm doing. Like, Aries are like, do that again, but don't suck this time. See your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Rachel, thank you for confirmation. Flaws by Bastille. Oh, I don't know that song. Put it in the Discord. My son loves that. Oh, you're not in the Discord, Flo. Rosie, thank you for the follow. Good to see you today. This is such good info. Thank you for being here and receiving it. Rachel, stop. Me down to a T. I'm so glad that this is in alignment. Hi there, Shmush Mush. Good to see you today. So good to see you as well, Erica. I know you're tired. Keep going right now. Look, you're going to get a pep in your step in a few days when Mercury gets out of Taurus. Okay? You'll get your pep in your step when Mercury gets out of Taurus. Viz, thank you, Ella. You're so welcome, Myra. Bridget, yep, my whole life hasn't gone the way I've expected it. Why would it start now? Surprise, surprise. I believe Mercury is going into Gemini almost exact. Like, this is what I mean. This new moon, man. This new moon that we've got coming up, because we've got a new moon in Gemini, right? I think on the 24th, Saturn is going into Aries, and then Mercury is going into Gemini, like right on the heels of it. So yeah, enjoy the silence right now, guys. Okay, enjoy it. Have mercy on Aries. Exactly. Grace, I got you. You're on the list, dear. Matilda, I'm so tired of this lesson. It's okay. It's all right, Matilda. Just keep on, you know what I mean? As long as you're embodying it, I keep on hearing, you don't have to repeat yourself. Just don't feel like, don't stick places you have to repeat yourself. Adam, thank you for those gifts. Rachel, everyone goes, oh God, don't ask her how she is, how long you got. You'll be here for hours. I love it, Rachel. Right. I don't want cake half baked. I want it fully iced and ready to eat, fully manifested. I love that, Bridget. Beautiful way of saying that. Like, yeah. Why are you giving me flour and sugar? And thank you, Bunny, for the roses. Hi there, Cheryl. Collective Tarot, thank you for the follow. Hi there. That sounds nice. Thank you, Elisa. Spot on. Thank you, Snowy. You're so welcome at All to Love. Hi there, Lana. You're so welcome as well. Kimberly, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Elisa. And Rachel, thank you for the heart. Jess, as always, so much. That was so on point, down to specifics. I'm so glad, Jess. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. And thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. You're so welcome, Janae. And Namtama, if I'm saying your name, Namkana, if I'm saying your name incorrectly, by all means, always feel free to correct me. Thank you as well, Bridget. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And good to see you today, dear. You're so welcome, Team Mulsana. And thank you, lovely Cappy, for the hearts. I used to be before my divorce, not anymore. Sad but true. All lessons. Just continue to heal right now, Grace. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Hi there, Anne. You're so welcome. The reading today feels dreary. I don't know. I don't think it's dreary. I mean, I think the reason that we're feeling a little bit of this dreary, it's going to clear up. It's going to clear up as soon as, I think, as soon as Mercury gets out of Taurus and as soon as Saturn is done transiting into Aries. So that's what I keep on seeing. Like, be productive right now. If you're feeling like a little bit of this doldrum energy, like just work in the space of like getting things done. My emotions are insane right now. Either that or premeno. Sending you so much support on that journey, Marie. Thank you for confirmation as well, little vamp. I put a playlist in there in Discord. Oh, you did? Oh, I love playlists. Thank you. I've been making tarot playlists. They're just not ready yet. I feel that. Thank you, little vamp. All right, friends, we are going to get started on personal readings. If you'd like to get on the list, now is a great time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. Also, we are at 48.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We are also, if you have information that you would like to share with me that you feel is relevant for our reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels there. We are doing today dream interpretation, highest party messages from spirit, pet readings, mediumship readings, spirit animal guide readings, love readings. You can find the full list over my tree that is being sent in my bio. Also, if you're joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list today, you can do so via that same tree. It was the one I listened to in a feel it to heal it mode. I love that. Check it out, Grace. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer, dear? And if you're just joining us and missed the Daily Collected, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. Oh, hold on a minute. Strega. Sorry, Strega was being naughty. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. And we are at 49K. We are so close to that 50K milestone, guys. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages the live to be pushed out to those who have not received it before. So thank you so much for doing that as well. Reading. I'm trying to be mindful and focused. Just highest message for how I'm doing and advice. I got you, dear. And thank you again for being held for today. You'll be getting additional cards in your reading. Can I please have 5 cards for Grace? Highest party messages from Spirit. What is it, Strags? What do you want? All right. Oh. You know, I feel like there's something really important that's happening right now. And it's saying to me it has something to do with the fact that Saturn's transiting in relationality to, I would not be surprised too if you've been letting go of a lot of energy right now, because I just keep on seeing I keep on feeling like you had some kind of like caretaking energy in your life. But it's like it's giving me caretaking energy in like the ickiest way. Like it's giving me a lot of this like you poor thing kind of energy. You know, like don't worry your pretty little head about it. like the kind of energy that would like whenever you had a complaint, you could never will you know more that you're being gaslighted than when you try to articulate a displeasure and someone says, "Are you okay?" is what I'm getting. Like never will you know that you're being gaslighted than when you try to articulate like a legitimate grievance and someone looks at you and says, "Are you okay?" Like they try to like avoid the subject by turning it back to your person. And they're just saying, be very conscientious of someone who does that because it's very convenient, isn't it? Right? Like the ability to take a legitimate grievance and then to completely, I keep on hearing, to try to completely turn the tables and avoid addressing it by questioning another person's emotional or energetic condition. Um, and that's what keep on seeing. Like your guides are like, if you see that, I keep on hearing, there are some conversations you can't win. There are some conversations you should just shut down and walk away from, right? Because that type of energy, you don't like. I keep on hearing you don't need that right now. You don't need that. There's something important that I keep on hearing that and I feel like there's something about you saying like, "No, I'm fine. I'm just frustrated." Right? Like there's something, like I feel like that's what I mean about it. Like it's like it's not giving. It's like none of this. Like I keep on hearing none of this rockabye baby like stuff is what I'm getting around something. Um, and I keep on hearing if that's I keep on hearing like I keep on hearing like I'm hearing things like unrequested advice, unrequested suggestions, you know? And I keep on hearing, the way you can usually tell what feels like I keep on hearing, I keep on hearing that the way to like navigate that is saying, I appreciate it, but you know what would actually help? Like, I appreciate the feedback, but you know what would actually help? It's like I keep on hearing, channel it into something that's productive and then see what they say. Like, right? Like, I keep on seeing, like, don't get into an argument about it. Just say, I appreciate the fact that you want to help, but if you wanted to help, if you really want to help, this is what could actually be helpful. You know what I mean? That's what I keep on seeing. Move it into like that's what I keep like no, don't get into none of this like why would you say that, right? Like I keep on seeing give them the benefit of the doubt until there's no doubt. And I keep on hearing you don't need to like and this is why I keep on hearing like are you okay isn't helpful in the space of like questioning something. It's more of the space of saying like I keep on hearing like what do you need, right? Like I keep on seeing like I almost see you saying to someone like I don't need to air a grievance. um like I need to I'm facilitating upon a plan is what I keep on seeing because there's something about this that I'm just identifying. It feels a little bit, I keep on seeing like it feels a little bit like I keep on hearing you say I don't want to talk about it. is what I keep on seeing. Like it almost, it's like I see you almost saying to another person that something's not a big deal, and you're just not someone who like dwells on pain anymore. You know what I mean? Like I keep on seeing you say like I don't need, like I don't need that. I would be like I often like I would be surprised. This sometimes I see this with those with Pisces placements, because the thing with the things that, not like the thing with Pisces is the ability to talk about the feelings. Like water signs like to talk about the feelings, but like those with like more fire placements and can kind of, or air signs can be like they're like don't see any point in dwelling on things. So I keep on seeing, assume that they're well intentioned, but they're thinking that you're going to want to navigate something the way that they would want to navigate it, which is, I just see that you're not someone who talks things through. You heal by doing. So if you're healing by doing, then say like, well, I don't really need to do that, but this is something that would be very helpful, you know um because I do feel like there is, and I feel like I keep on hearing it's depending on the degree, like, yeah, like I keep on seeing, like I feel like there's something about this energy that, I almost, I see you in some kind of space where there's, and I feel like it's interesting because I see the fact that there's some kind of shift that's happening for you in relationality to, I keep on feeling like there's potentially like some kind of, I feel like when you were like, you were used to be more like they haven't changed, you've changed, is everything I keep on seeing around the circumstance or situation right now. Like I keep on hearing you say to someone, I'm just not invested in talking about my pain, is what I keep on hearing you say to someone. I'm just not invested in talking about my pain. I'd rather be doing something to fix it than talk about it. So I keep on seeing that, like potentially being able to say to another person, like that's what I meant about assuming that someone's well intentioned, but just what they're bringing towards you is misaligned. Because I almost see you kind of saying, like, I feel like you're in a space, you say, like, I don't welcome the energy of talking about pain, because when you talk about pain, you manifest it, right? Like I see you almost saying to another, like it's not something that I want to dwell on, because when you dwell on it, it's all you can see. So I feel like something about you building into that pathwork of positivity. Like I keep on hearing, I'd rather not dwell on it. It should leave, like that should be all that's said about it, right? And I keep on hearing you saying, I'd rather not dwell in it. Like another person shouldn't take it personally. I keep on hearing that the thing that we say to each other when we want to help each other is, what do you need? Not why won't you talk about it? Because I keep on hearing your tea is your tea. It's not for other people. Right. And that's the thing about it. Like I see you almost being like, not like, I see you being like, yeah, I'm no longer like, I'm no longer, it's interesting because I keep on hearing like, I'm no longer inclined in drinking pain, is what I keep on hearing, which is interesting about it. Like I keep on seeing you say, like, I don't want to talk about what's not working. I just want to focus on what I can do to change something. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Grace. And I keep on seeing, like, I do feel like there's something about you building into some kind of pathwork of productivity right now that feels like it's going to be expansive in some way. Like there's something about this energetic shift that is happening that also says to me, like, I see new people around you in the process, because I see some kind of new opportunity arriving sooner rather than later that is going to feel like kind of a breath of fresh air. if that helps. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for today. Second person read for today. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and Leo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next, we also got to our 50K milestone, so I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Thank you guys so much for helping us reach that goal today. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading before we do that reading. Before we do that giveaway. All right. Dada, thank you so much for sharing the live, dear. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yes, ma'am. Truth. Like patronizing energy. It feels very much like shedding patronizing energy, like poor thing kind of energy. Exactly, Bridget. It's the most impactful. The most impactful is a friend who struggles and looking at my situation. It feels like that. They don't want to talk about their issues, but analyze mine. And it's not my guy. And that's that's what I like. That's the thing about it is when yes, unrequested. Like, that's what I meant about something about saying like, no, I'm fine. Like, you know what I mean? Deflecting. Thank you as well, Heather. Channel productive. Yes. Admittedly in pain. I've had that behavior. I've changed immensely. I'm not aligned with their pain anymore. I got defensive rather than saying, let's not talk about it. When I can see it, like, I mean, I can see the fact that like your perception on it has shifted, because I keep on seeing something that you used to feel was cathartic. Like now it just doesn't feel like it's supportive. It feels like I keep on hearing it feels it's dwelling on something. They're adverse to the possibility of me moving. I see. And that's what I meant about, I keep on hearing not letting someone get you in a space of doubt, right? Like I keep on, like, that's what I meant about someone saying like, are you sure you know what you're doing versus like, what do you need? Like I can see the fact that it's in a well-intentioned space, but it almost says like, I feel like it's the fact that it makes you feel like they don't trust you to make your own choices is what I keep on seeing. So I keep on feeling like there's something about that that says like it's valid, because it's the space of like not someone who feels like they need to take, like, I like to say like we're protective of each other, but we don't feel like the need to be each other's caretakers is what I keep on hearing. You know, like I keep on hearing like are you like I feel like the difference is, are you confident in this decision? Are you like versus like, do you know what you're doing is what I keep on hearing. Weddy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Good to see you today. They're all well-intentioned, but we don't align on the how anymore. Exactly. Exactly, dear. Happy hump day, 2T. I'm building, I'm using, oh, wow, that's interesting. Very interesting to a limited degree. Thank you for the compliment, Freebird. You're so welcome. Ultimate confirmation. And that's the thing, like I keep on seeing like, you know, channel it. I keep on hearing, don't get defensive, just channel it into a place of like well-meaning energy can be articulated by when you say this is what would help instead, they'll move eagerly towards that, you know? Exact. Oh, you're confirming the exact frame. Are you sure you know what you're doing? That's what they said. Thank you for confirming the reading. You can absolutely have the reading tomorrow, Little Vamp. Thank you. I'll put you on the hold list. That said, if anyone else wants to be on the list today, you'll be the next person read for. The list is now open. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and Leo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We've also gotten to our 50K milestone, so I'm going to be gifting a reading back to the collective. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to that 50K milestone. what I will be doing, hold on a minute. I'm going to be thinking right now of a number between, and thank you, lovely Cappy, for sharing the live. I'm going to be thinking of a number right now between 1 and thinking of a number right now between 1 and 41. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Nope. 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 Whoop, whoop, I saw it. Oh my goodness. Bridget, you got it. Congratulations, Bridget. It's funny because you almost never post numbers. So you finally did, you got it. We'll be doing that again when we get to 50K. I mean 100K, and thank you guys so much for participating. That said, if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can have private readings on my site. If you'd like to get on the list for today, now is a great time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. Also, if you have information that you would like to share with me that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, for instance, if you have a past life reading that you would like more information on, or if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, you can either put that information in the notes when you send the donation, or what you can also do is if you are a subscriber to our Discord, you can head over to our subscriber only Discord channel and post the information there, and I'll read it for the purposes of our reading. All right. Bridget, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And again, thank you guys so much for helping us get to that 50K milestone. I have a reading. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It does not expire. Would you like to use it today, dear? I thought I saw my axe, my ex, my axe. I thought I saw my axe driving by my house yesterday. Oh boy. Okay. 'Tis the season. Okay. Are we getting information on it? I went into fight or flight. Oh, how time changes things. I'm feeling lucky. Okay, I guess that means you. Does that mean you want to get on the list? Yes, we can, please. I went into fight or flight. Batten down the hatches. Okay. Luckies, I'm feeling lucky mean that you want to get on the list. Use your words. All right, can I get 4 cards, please? 4 cards? Okay. So you will recall, okay? I would like to remind you. I would like to remind you that in the reading we had, I believe it was yesterday or the day before, I was like, your guides were saying that you'd broken a cycle and you didn't even realize it. You're like, nothing is happening. Like you're in a space that you're like, nothing is happening. And your guides are like, because this is the articulation about the fact that you've broken a cycle, because there's something about the energy. Like, and I need to point out, you are telling me the reading, because every time something happens in this, you keep going like, surprise, surprise. Right? That transformation on the full moon, past version of you, when this energy used to come towards you, like you would have, like, I see someone that was completely under the impression that when they came knocking, you were going to throw open the doors and be like, you know what I mean? Like, it's giving that type of energy. Like, this is somebody who is like literally trying to have this, like, and they're contacting of you, having this like surprise, surprise. Aren't you happy to see me? And again, even in the space that they communicated to you, you were like you batten down the hatches, right? And so I see someone who is absolutely convinced that there must be someone else in your life right now. They literally, I see a situation where someone cannot believe, like I see them going, there's obvious, there has to be, because I see someone being like that, like they're literally in a space that they're like, that is the only logical explanation. I don't know why, but there's something about this energy that feels like they are irresistible. Like because they're going, I hear them going, like I hear them going, I, like, because they can't, they're like, I don't know what this is about this energy, but I'm hearing a small voice going, but they're whispering it like that. Like I don't know why they're whispering it, because people, I feel like it's like, they don't like, I hear someone going, it's the only logical explanation. Who is it? It's the only, it's the only, because, and they're going, because they're literally like, and so I see someone that is looking, they're looking for them. And I'm going, who are you looking for? And they're going, well, obviously, whoever it is, because I keep on hearing them say, it's the only possible reason. Um, like, and the thing, because I just keep on, I see that there's some kind of feeling that somebody had, like it's giving me, it's giving a lot of it's giving a lot of I keep on hearing, it's giving me a lot of good Samaritan energy, which is what I keep on hearing. Like I keep on seeing somebody was expecting some kind of moment where they're like, I'm back, and you kind of throwing the door open and saying all sins are forgiven. I'm so glad you're safe. I'm so glad you're okay. Come inside. Can I get you a cup of tea? Oh my goodness. Like it's giving me a lot of this energy that was absolutely in some kind of state of mind that they had convinced themselves that all they needed to do was arrive and everything would be forgiven. You've been saying it yourself. Surprise, surprise. And so now I see someone, I keep on hearing, like, I just want to show you these cards right now. They're looking, they're like, this is stakeout energy. This is someone saying, I need to get to the bottom of this. Who is it? Because they're so convinced that there must be someone else to explain it, because they are just, there's so much in the context of building into some kind of presumption that I don't know what it is that you did with them previously, or what like the experience that they've had in other relationships. Um, like I see someone that, like like I see them going like this, like they're trying to get to the bottom of something. They're trying to, I keep on hearing, they keep on insisting to themselves that there must be a person who's a reason, because I just keep on hearing they cannot imagine a situation where you would choose yourself. That's how much you've changed, is what I'm seeing. And that's why I told you when I said your guide said a wonderful thing has happened. Like that's what I'm effectively seeing, is like the space of you like thriving. And that's why I kept on saying, like, you know, there's something important about this, because I see even now that there's something about you navigating. Remember I said I keep on sensing the counterpart that keeps on saying, for some reason, every time I read into the energy of your counterpart, they keep on saying, come find me. This is why. There's something about the closing of the path work in this other connection that needs to be fundamental in helping another person recognize that you're not choosing anyone, that the choice for you to move forward was ultimately the choice of you choosing yourself. Like, it's not, I keep on seeing, it's like there's something about them, and something about them coming by and seeing that is bringing in, and I keep on hearing it's not the first time. This is just the first time you've seen them doing it, is what I keep on hearing. Like, I keep on hearing this is just the first time you've seen them doing it. Like, they're coming into the realization that this is not a choice that is being calibrated on the fact that they waited too late. It is the determination point of you saying, I am choosing myself. Not because of another, but because this is not something that I'm willing to accept. Right? It's like the amplification of you saying it's not acceptable. Not that you're not that like it, and I feel like there's something about it becoming restorational in them having to come to terms with the fact that it's not about irresistibility, it's about intention. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I keep on hearing, like, there's so much of this repetition here. Like, this is saying to me, this is not the first time they've done it. This is the first time you've seen them doing it. I keep on hearing it's a foregone conclusion, is what I keep on hearing. Like, they're coming to terms with it. And I keep on seeing that, you know, that ability of recognizing, and I keep on hearing, like, they have to, like, I keep on hearing they're coming to terms with the fact that you're saying, like, this is ended. Like, it's not, because this is how they would have handled something, is what I see, you know? I keep on hearing there's something important about the space of being a priority and not an option. And the fact that you're kind of building into a closure point by saying, I'm not reprioritizing someone else, I'm reprioritizing myself, no exceptions. Um, it's not, it's not the space. I keep on hearing it's not the space of you. I keep wondering, it's not the space of you trying to move on. It's a space of you saying to another, I don't want to return back to something. Like, they're saying, like, that's what I meant when I said the guides are really proud of you, because I keep on hearing there's something about the relationship you had with this person that they felt convinced that all it would take would be a phone call if you were in separation. I keep on hearing, so long as you were in separation, for you to throw open your arms to them, that they're now recognizing and coming into the space of understanding that like, you're not the same person. Like, I almost see them saying, like, they're almost like, that is no longer the person I knew, because the person I used to know would never have hesitated, right? And there's something about them realizing and building into the space of understanding that you've developed strong boundaries, is why I see them kind of in that space of testing them. I just say this because I don't know why I feel like I sense a little bit of, like, relentlessness here around someone, you know? Like, it does feel like it feels like someone that, um, you know, Like I keep on seeing like I see them trying to work something through. But I also feel like I keep on seeing like now they realize something was before. I keep on hearing before they thought you were separated and that they could fix it anytime they wanted. They're now finally accepting the fact that something is over. So something that you experienced, I want to say something that you experienced like almost a year ago, they're just now coming to terms with. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we are reading for today is lovely Cappy. Were you saying that you'd like to be on the list for today? I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 54.8K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Oh, thank you for that beautiful gift, Bridget. Yep. Yes, we can, please. I can see, like, and I keep on seeing the fact that you're like, again, the fact that you're feeling triggered instead of relieved is like saying everything about how much you've changed. What a world. Lovely Cappy. Yes, I manifested this. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, you've been moving in the directionality of what it is they want. He lives like 30 minutes away from me. No reason to be around here. Well, with the cards I was seeing, it's saying to me it's not the first time. That was a lot of cards I was seeing there. Yeah, for sure. He thinks that I'm with someone new. Abs like I keep on hearing it's the only thing that they're going, like they're like I keep on hearing them say like I can't make any sense of it. Like they're going, I can't make any sense of it. He has big ego. The funny thing is he definitely doesn't believe that at his core. Has a lot of self-worth healing to do. I've been ignoring all of his messages, so now he's hoping to what bump into me. I feel like I keep on hearing them looking. They're saying, "Who is it?" They're trying to see who it is. Oh wow, Grand Rising, Esteban. Oh, sending you so much more on that journey, Bridget. The funny thing is, I was single for 10 years before him. I have no trouble being alone. I feel like they're not used to someone in that space. I feel like I don't I feel like they haven't experienced someone that's like I keep on hearing like someone like embodying, well, it's like the high priestess energy or being good with their own energy. That's wild. Yeah, it definitely feels like this is something he had to see to move forward. Exactly. Yeah, I told him that many times when he tried to cross friendship boundary. The only choice. And that's what I meant about we already talked about the fact that you could tell that there was a little bit of that blurriness of lines in relationality to some of those dreams where he was introducing you in weird ways to people from the past. Yeah, not an option. I was because I folded that one time. Yes, exactly. Hi there, Fig. Good to see you. Thank you as well for claiming that, Anne. Good to see you today. I'm not one to ever go back to someone when I walk away, but it was heavy grief. No, I see that. And I feel like someone like I keep on seeing someone got a misconception of you. But I also see the fact that it feels like it was a further violation of someone like coming towards you in a moment when you were really, really vulnerable. That makes perfect sense. You're so welcome, Bridget. Sending you so much support on that journey. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the live. It's not easy to do. Okay, you want to hold it, Cap? No problem. He's not able to be alone. And what are your subscriptions ending soon if you'd like to renew? All right, friends. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. If not, we're going to move into one card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, you can put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, all you need to do is hit that button at the bottom of the screen and join as a subscriber, and you'll be able to have a card pulled to get today. Also, when we get to 100K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. Can I get one card for Ruby, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit. This is a productive, I feel like there's a lot of this work in terms of being productive right now. Focusing on what it is that you want at this time. Bottom of the deck. You know, I feel like there's something really important too, because it says to me that a lot of the work that you're working on right now, I feel like a lot of the breakthroughs that I'm seeing in relationality to the work that you're doing is the difference between finding and changing, right? Like it's a recognition point of not trying to change something into the ideal, but working into the space of being able to really recognize what it is that you're looking for. So they keep on saying you should be really proud of those changes, because I see that there's a lot of that work that you're not just kind of like looking at things and saying like I keep on hearing it's the difference between this'll do to this is what I want. So I feel like I keep on hearing like I would be curious as to where your Saturn returns are, because this almost says to me that there's something about that transition that has a lot more like impact about feeling the gift of not having your time wasted or feeling the worry of wasting another's. Like it says to me, it's like almost the compassion in relationality to navigating change in effective ways, right? Like the honor of being able to articulate whether something like the direction, instead of fearing that you're letting go of something that's for you. So you should be really proud of the work that you're doing in that way. All right. 13's your birth card. Wow, further confirmation. All right. And Azorable, thank you for those gifts. Gia, one card, Spirit led, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Don't get focused on a single outcome right now. Be adaptable. You know, like think outside of the box in relationality to doing something. Yeah, offer a different, I keep saying, can I offer a different perspective? Thank you for the gift, Gas. Like there's something about doing that work and being energetically adaptable, but also I keep on seeing giving someone the gift of a different perspective will, and again, how they receive it will tell you everything you know about whether there's someone you can work with or not, right? Thank you, Gia. Ava, could I have a card on what the lesson is behind the connection with Romeo was? Yes. I feel like there's something, I keep on hearing the difference between hearing what someone was saying versus hearing what you hoped that they would say, right? Like it almost feels to me like some kind of situation where I keep on hearing someone say like, I never technically said something. But again, a healthy relationship is one where it's safe to assume, right? It doesn't make you feel like you're at fault for assuming. Thank you for that beautiful gift, Gas. Especially with the, like, that's the thing about it. Like they're saying, like the lesson is the recognition point that a healthy relationship is, I keep on hearing a healthy relationship is one where it's safe to assume. It doesn't make you feel like you're at fault or make you feel embarrassed for assuming something, even though someone's giving every direction of the fact that it's moving in that direction. That's what I keep on hearing. Like the healthy manifestation is one that someone speaks towards what they want, instead of kind of creating that vibration of doing everything to give someone the assumption that something was moving in a direction. And then someone making you feel embarrassed or frustrated when they say, I never said that, but being like, yeah, but you gave every indication of it. Thank you so much, Ava. I keep on hearing the manifestation is one that another can say fully from the chest. One card for two cards for Bridget, undivine counterpart. I want to get away from the X energy. It's so funny because there's something about the energy of the counterpart that feels like hide and go seek energy. And the reason I keep on saying it says hide and go seek energy is it's saying come find me. But the reason I keep on hearing that it's saying come find me is because I see someone that is legitimately not looking. Like they're not in a space of pursuing. They've given up on things. Like they're like they're working through some kind of path work of like I don't chase, I attract. Like I don't even hear them saying I don't chase, I attract. They're saying I'm done, right? I'm good. Like I'm learning to love my own energy. So there's something about this, and I see you being more in this space of like following your bliss is putting you guys at the in the right locationality. Yeah, it's interesting. It's like I keep on getting the same message, like stepping, both of you are stepping outside of your comfort zone. They have a tendency of falling into partnership, right? Like constantly being surrounded by someone. I keep on seeing they're finally taking a break, which is allowing authentic connection to come through. Well, I see you kind of like, again, coming out of hermit zone mode, stepping out of your comfort zone, doing something in new ways that lead to new connections. One card for guides from Fig, please. Thank you. Yes. So I just keep on seeing that um, don't give up on something. Just be consistent on it. I keep on hearing a little work every day goes a long way. Chart your progress right now. Don't feel defeated. Get focused and recognize how far you've come. I keep on hearing something about the fact that the battle's just begun, is what I keep on seeing. But like in a positive way is what I'm getting. Because, thank you so much, Gas. There's something I'm identifying here. Um, it feels like you've had a breakthrough in relationality to not letting yourself be energetically provoked about something. I keep on seeing something like something that you would have just given up on. I see you like finding some kind of point of like working through your frustration or finding new ways to um, manage frustration that is allowing for a breakthrough point. So just be patient with yourself because I keep on seeing like you're learning something new and something like that takes time. Chrissy, one card on how they're feeling, please. Highest party messages from spirit. Two cards coming out. I see some kind of situation of someone trying to figure out what they want. Something that they used to, I keep on hearing something that used to give them a lot of pleasure isn't giving them that pleasure anymore. Like I keep on hearing like something isn't having the it's not having the same effect on them that it used to. And I see like a little bit of this, like it feels like someone who's like in a rut and trying to figure out what it is that they want, or trying to figure out a way to communicate what that is. Bottom of the deck. Especially in relationality to partnership, I almost see someone being like, what am I doing? Right? It almost feels like that, I keep on hearing the message, like when you're for everyone, you have nothing, right? Like when like this is what we talk about with like being in the shallow end of the pool. It's like when you're available to everyone, you have no one, because like that ability of working in the space of prioritizing is such that um, you know, it's like somebody's perception on something that they used to desire no longer, like they're not seeing it the way that they used to, is what I keep on seeing. Like I feel like they're looking at something and realizing that they went about something all wrong. Thank you, Chrissy. Maybell, these are 1-card readings for subscribers and Mom of Wild. If you guys would like to become subscribers, I'm happy to book cards for you. Also, if you would like a full reading, you can get on the list today. You'll be the next person read for. All right. And thank you again. Gas is free for all of those beautiful gifts. Tate, good to see you, dear. Can I have 1 card for Tate, please? Highest party messages from Spirit. You know, it's interesting because I don't keep on hearing you're in Pisces right now. Like there's something about you being in Pisces, which is saying to me, or you're embodying Pisces, which is like in the past, I see you like being worried that if you tried to like rush towards something, if you didn't try to grab something fast enough, you would miss what's for you. But I see you more in the space when I keep on hearing you're in Pisces right now, which says like you're moving with the assertion of knowing you're not going to miss anything that's for you. That like when something's for you, like you can't avoid it, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like it's creating a little bit more energetic peace around something, because it's saying to me, it's like it's shifting your perception in relationality to how you're addressing what you're looking for. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Hermit energy and its reversal. I do feel like the challenging space right now is getting out of your comfort zone, right? Like doing something in a different way. I keep on hearing a break in routine might be good for you right now. Thank you so much, Tate. Tate! Kelly, 1 card on relationship, please. I feel like I see a lot of positive conversations happening right now for you in the space of relationship. It's giving me a little bit of someone saying, ask me anything. I keep on hearing a healthy relationship is one where there's no subject that's not on the table. Like the ability to talk through something is really valuable and important. Bottom of the deck, honesty is key and consistency, right? I keep on hearing that there's something about that work and identifying and recognizing that consistency goes a long way in relationality to building an energetic connection. So make sure that you're being consistent in relationality to what you're bringing forth in partnership at this time. Fig, I like that response. That's the type of response I like to see when I'm giving a reading. Someone that just goes, I like to feel that I'm doing my job well if I get an out of you. Oh, thank you for the help, Bridget. Alex, these are 1-card readings for subscribers. If you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. And thank you so much, Tate and Crystal, for getting on the list. If anyone else wants to get on the list for today, I'll be the 3rd card. A Saturn return. It's so the best way I'm going to describe it to you energetically. So the way I see Saturn returns is there are moments where Saturn changes in our chart and it changes our relationship to time. And so often when we see the Saturn return moments, it's a moment that our relationship to time pivots and twists. So like often before we reach our first Saturn return, we feel like we have too much of it. We're looking, we've got a surplus. We're looking for things to do with it. Anything will work. And then we go through another Saturn return and suddenly we realize how important our time is. We don't want it squandered. So it's working through every time we go through a Saturn return, it changes our relationship to time. And it affects the signs in different ways. Azorable. No, I don't see you as subscribed, dear. Sam, if the list is short, I will take a general reading. Oh, absolutely, Kathy. Happy to do so. All right. Lovely. I've added you to the list. You'll be the 3rd person read for. All right. Thank you. No one's currently on the list. The list is so short. All right, Jenny, is there anything I need to know about the connection between Trim and I? Is this the card? They're intimidated by you. They're intimidated. I feel like they're trying to be cool because they're worried about messing something up. It might be there might be too cool. You know, sometimes when you're intimidated, you mess things up because like you're being too subtle, is what I keep on seeing. Like they're gonna settle themselves out of your existence if they're not careful. Is what I keep on hearing. They're gonna settle themselves out of your existence. You're so welcome, Kelly. All right. Minnie, one card in the pathwork to divine counterpart. What a beautiful question. Um, Healthy communication. I feel like there's something about you learning to articulate your needs and desires more that is going to be very, like, I keep on hearing, like, clearing the heart to throat chakra, being able to just like, 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 let that, like, your manifestations is not going to scare away energy that wants the same things as you do. If someone says you're moving too fast, they don't want what you want. Healthy energy understands that you can talk about what you want, not saying that that's something that you're going to build with someone. It's giving me a lot of that like whoa Nelly energy, being like the energy that's like afraid of commitment when you try to talk about commitment, being like you're going too fast, being like that's because you're saying that you don't want that. Like healthy energy, you don't like it's not you can never move fast enough because it's about like not wasting each other's time. Fig. I'm entering my Saturn return this year. Tate! I feel like you already have. I feel like that's what I'm seeing. Like a lot of that energy I'm seeing is what I'm seeing. Like I feel like you're already like moving towards it. It's okay. The thoughts and prayers like that, Bridget. You're welcome, Cappy. No problem, Azurable. If you want to become a subscriber, just hit that button, the subscribe button at the bottom, and you can subscribe. My relationship with time is always weird in general. I have almost no concept of time. Saturn's like, I am standing right here. It's really rude. Oh, wonderful. All right. You're so welcome, Genuine. Hi there, Sunrose. Okay, the next person we're reading for today is Tate. Tate, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. Thank you for the compliment, Big. And before we get started, I'm actually going to step away for a moment and we'll get started on that reading, Tate. But just a reminder, if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the fourth person read for. Also, when we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right. And I'll be back in just a moment and we'll continue. And thank you, Azorable, for subscribing. All right, where were we? Tea with Tate. All right. And thank you again, Azorable, for subscribing. Tate, could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question, dear? And Tate, if you're not here, we will, and also just a reminder to anyone who's on the list, if you have information that you feel is, oh, I'm up there. Okay, thank you, Tate. I must have missed it. Yeah, I see it here. All right. And just a reminder, if you're on the list and you have information that you would like to share with me that you feel is relevant for the reading, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted or a past life reading you would like more information on, you can include that information in the comments when you send the donation, or you can post it if you are a subscriber on the Discord in the place where in the designated channels on the Discord. A reading on love. Holy moly, lots of doors closing. I got you. All right. 4 cards, please, for Tate. Well, I mean, I think that I think you've kind of, I think you know what's going on with love, and I think it's interesting because you said that your Saturn return is coming up, but I just keep on getting the message that it's already here. Like you can already kind of feel the shift. And I keep on seeing, and I think it's interesting too, because I see that there's some kind of opportunity that's happening in relationality to the proximity of your Saturn return, which is increasing the valuation point of your time. Like the biggest change that I'm seeing in relationality to that, I keep on hearing you say, my time is valuable. The biggest offense is wasting it. Is what I keep on hearing. Like my time is like, I'm seeing like, I see like it's interesting too. I'm getting a very interesting like vision, which is prior to, you're just gonna have to, these are gonna be some old references right now, but this is what I'm seeing. So I hope that you understand what I'm saying, because I hope the age gap is not going to create an issue here. I keep on seeing that prior to your Saturn return, you were living like it was dynasty, is what I'm getting. And what is dynasty? Like dynasty is like all of the tea. Like it's like, what's going on with them? What's going on with them? Well, what's going on with them? Well, this, yeah, and then this, and then I heard this, and then and yeah, and then you would not believe what they did. Like it's a lot of this. Like it feels very much like this hot potato energy, right? I just want to be like, I just want to be in it. Like I just want to be like, it's giving me like I want to be where the people are. Like I just want to be like in the thick of it, right? And I keep on hearing that like the shift from like your Saturn return is like out of dynasty into time of our lives. And time of our lives, the reason I keep on seeing like time of our lives is because I'm seeing the energy that goes, the sand in the hourglass is what I'm getting. Like the sand in the hourglass is ever falling. This is the time of our lives, which is the articulation of saying that there isn't a lot of it. So I keep on hearing like the biggest shift that's happening right now in relationality to how it's affecting relationship is, I keep on hearing it's affecting quality, not quantity, right? Better not to have something at all. Like I keep on hearing like not no bargain basement. I keep on hearing like no bargain basement, no bargain basement relationship. Like this is like, oh, this is just like what I like, this is just what I threw on because I found it. It's like I see that there's a lot more of this conscientiousness in relationality to who you allow into your energetic space. Like there's a lot more discernment. And I feel like it's having a big impact because I feel like there's been enough time that something has changed. I see a lot of energy from the past trying to come back to you. And I keep seeing that moment that you're recognizing that's not the energy that didn't want you. That was the energy of seeing what they could get away with, is what I keep on hearing. Like, I keep on feeling like there's something that's happening right now where energy somehow feels like they're in relationship to you, and they're having some kind of rude awakening in the space of understanding. I keep on hearing you say, I'm not like that. And also, like, I keep on hearing you almost say to someone, like, I hear somebody saying to you, like, hello, and you saying, how dare you, is what I keep on hearing. Because it's something I keep on hearing, it's something that in the past you would have been like, they're back, but instead you're going, go away. Right? I keep on hearing that you're navigating the energy that says hi, and you saying, how dare you? What do you have to say for yourself? And I keep on seeing that there's something about this that you're basically saying, I'm like, I keep on hearing like you're almost saying to the energy from the past, I'm not available for this game. You know, like I keep on seeing you're like, I see you in a space where someone's trying to play ping pong with you, and you're just saying, I'll pass. So I keep on hearing also like you're in the midst of an energetic upgrade. Because again, a good manifestation is not doing something new, it's recognizing what we don't tolerate, right? It's identifying, it's I keep on hearing there's something about your manifestation right now that's about discriminating. But I want to say, like, when I'm saying discriminating, you have to understand, I mean like discerning, like the pathwork of discriminating between energy that just wants you available to them versus energy that actually wants the same thing as you. And I keep on hearing there's almost some energy that's trying to come into a space of saying, can we split the difference? And I almost hear you saying, absolutely not. My manifestation goals are not, and that's why I keep on hearing someone say, how I almost hear you saying to them, how dare you? Because I almost see you saying, like, my manifestation goals are not up for negotiation, right? I almost have some energy that's coming towards you and going, the best, like, I know you want a relationship, the best I can offer you. Like, it's like, that's what I almost see someone doing. I see someone going, I know you want a relationship, the best I can offer you is this. And you being like, go away and never come back here again. Like, I see almost saying to someone, like, go, like, I see you almost saying to someone, like, and that's what I mean. It says to me, like, the thing about it is why I feel like there's some fundamental closures that are happening, because I keep on hearing you're seeing what someone's trying, like, you're seeing what someone's trying to get away with, and or some kind of assumption that someone can come back into your life and it's normal, and you almost saying, like, I'm not going to normalize. I keep on hearing, I'm not going to normalize gross behavior. I'm not going to normalize um I'm not going to normalize um like, I keep on hearing, like, not normalizing someone, like, trying to build some kind of, like, casual relationship with you that has no energetic, like, that has, like, wiggly boundaries, is what I keep on hearing. And so if this is what you've been going through, I just got a guide around you that wants to articulate the fact that they see it, they recognize it, um, and they're proud of you. Because, I keep on hearing them saying, you're not just talking the talk, you're walking the walk. And the thing is, like, a healthy manifestation isn't about looking at someone and saying, what's it going to take to get there? It's looking at something and someone and being like, that's not it, and walking away in the process, Because I almost see someone, it's interesting too, because I'm thinking about what Bridget said earlier about the space of saying, like, nothing half baked. I feel like there's almost energy right now that you're like, I'm looking for cake. And someone's like, well, I've got flour. You know, I've got sugar, but for the right person, you know, for the right, he almost hears someone being like, for the right person, if someone be willing to like put a little work in, someone be able to put a little effort, you know, I might be able to change. Like it almost feels like some kind of energy of someone dangling the possibility of the fact that though they're not embodying the qualities and characteristics in what they want, they're almost bemoaning the fact that you're not giving them the opportunity to change. You know, like it's, and I almost see you saying it's not your responsibility to, I keep on hearing it's not your responsibility to keep someone on task. It's not your responsibility to check in on someone. It's like I keep on hearing like the energy that wants it does it. Like, and the energy that does that wants it, um, like, but doesn't know how to do the work, like I see like, you know, bemoans the fact that it's not happening, you know? Like I almost hear some kind of energy being like, you know, I miss you. I wish things were different, and being like the only reason things aren't different is because like this is exactly what you wanted. Like I see you being like the only thing that's changed is you're not chasing after someone, and someone goes, I wish things were different, and being like, you wish I was, you know, they're like when someone comes to you and they say, I wish things were different, but they're not doing anything. What they're really saying is, I wish you would pick up the slack, right? I wish you would pick up the slack. I wish you would do the heavy lifting for me, right? It's like, it's a lot of the energy being like, my arm, my arm, yeah, it's like my arms are like, it's often, you know, like the energy that the energy that says, I wish something was happening that isn't making it happen is showing the ability of like the fact they're wishing is because they're not capable of doing the heavy lifting. Keep on, you're going in the right direction. And something about your perception changing, like something not being romantic anymore, someone coming to you with like, whoa, 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 wait, 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 like instead of the wishes being like, huh, instead of you being sentimental, you being like, if you're feeling like, ugh, like congratulations, like bottom of the deck, you're in the modality. I keep on hearing you've arrived. And I keep on hearing that's what I meant. Like I feel like a lot of that energy that I'm seeing here is building into the context of understanding that I feel like a lot of the relationships that you're healing from were trying to pick you apart. They were trying to turn you into their perfect person. And we were talking a lot about this in the live. Never do we realize we're off our path than when we feel like someone's changed, we're changing in a relationship in ways that we don't aspire to for the sake of pleasing another person. And I feel like there's some energy right now that recognizes that you're no longer, um, like you're no longer available to be groomed, is what I keep on seeing. You're no longer available to kind of like try to like seek another person's attention, or trying to like, you know, do anything to be in proximity to someone. And I feel like that's exactly the space of you kind of finding your own strength and power, because I see that that's the space of you saying like, I like who I am. And in that moment that we say, I like who I am, when someone says, you know, you should work on that, you can say, well, you know, you can do with that. You know, you can do with that note, right? It's not the space that we can't take a note, but it's recognizing whether someone wants the things that we want, or if they're asking us to change in ways that makes us more accessible to them, but something that isn't energetically for us. So remember, a healthy relationship is not going to make you negotiate about what you're comfortable with. They're going to honor your boundaries. They're going to see your standards and they're going to raise them. They're not going to hold you. They're not going to bemoan the fact that you have them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Tate. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep there are two things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Crystal. Crystal, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the third person read for. We are also at 59.5K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping the screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And also just a reminder, if you have information, if you'd like to get on the list and you have information that you feel is necessary for our reading, you can include it in the place where in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in the Discord channel in the allocated channels for those questions. Oh, your name spelling was from Dynasty. That's wild, Chrissy. Yes, the memories here and the references. Thank you, Anne. I put it under the astrology tab, but you have to scroll up to May 8th. Oh, what did you put in the astrology tab? What did I miss? I missed something. Okay. Excellent. I need to catch up on the Discord. Sweet. Thanks for being specific as to where. I'll be looking all lost and stuff. Got it. The right person will do the work. Tap to claim, Kelly. Yep, I want fully baked ice cake. I like that, and gluten-free. So spot on. Lots of energy that wants me to work for it. Like, I no longer working for love. I inherently deserve. Tap to claim, Tate. Nothing store-bought either, only homemade. Thank you as well, lovely Cappy and Anne. All right, totally. They all want something casual, dressed up as normal, something detached and confusing. And I feel like that's the thing. Like, I see you walking into, like, the song you're singing as you walk into the Saturn return is nobody's got time for that. You know, like, I keep on using, they're like somebody dangling and you being like, bye, like, no dangling. Oh my gosh, what? I do want to see you in Bridget's tarot cards. Oh my God, I can't wait to see it. Good to see you today, Nikki. All right. Where were we? Okay, we're doing a general right now for Crystal, for Chrissy. 4 cards general, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. And let's put this here. And just a reminder to anyone who's joined us across the other apps, if you'd like to get on the list as well today, you can do so via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Okay, what we got? One more, please. Thank you. I gotta stress, healthy relationship. I mean, I need to start this reading by saying the call of love is the space of identifying and recognizing that says, I thought you would do anything for me. And the response, like the space of saying you would do anything for me. And the response of love is, I would never ask you to. Like, that is something that you need to recognize and identify around a circumstance or situation here, because it's giving me the kind of force of someone around you that's coming into some space of trying to amplify or articulate, save me from myself. But this is the thing. We can't build healthy relationships on the context of saying that we need another to save us. We save ourselves for one another. And I feel like this is really important here because I see some kind of space um, in relationality to a connection around you where like the fact that there is care there, it's like it's unquestionable about the fact that there's a connection here where there is a lot of care. But that modality of recognizing whether you and another person have the same manifestation goals, I keep on seeing that this is the healing that needs to occur around a situation or circumstance. Because I just keep on seeing some kind of situation where if you're trying to come towards someone, you're trying to get clarity as to where something's going, and then they say to you, "Why are you ruining it?" Then that is the amplification of someone saying that they like that is their manifestation goal. The song you will hear when someone has everything that they want and you bring in a question as to why when something's going to change, right? They're going to make you feel bad about it. They're going to make you feel like you are violating something. They're going to say to you, "Why are you creating problems where problems don't exist?" The song you will hear with someone who has everything exactly the way they like it is when you try to articulate to them that something is off and they say, why are you on this again? Get off my back. Why are you making problems where problems don't exist? They're basically saying, I love you, but get used to this because this is exactly what I aspire to be. And that's fine because the truth is the way relationships work in any context, a relationship can be different, but it has to be consenting between those who participate in it. And when someone comes into the space where it's like every time you try to bring a need to them and they push it aside and they make you feel like you're in violation for having them, that is usually an amplification of someone who recognizes that their manifestation is not the same as yours. But what's worse, they're not being authentic in relationality to articulating what they want, but rather would have you feel like you are cuckoo for asking for something to be energetically different. And I'm saying this because it feels like there's some kind of vibration that you have to recognize. And unless someone heals in this way, you have to kind of put distance there. That relationship or that situation is not one wherein it feels like you have to come to another's rescue. They have to heal themselves. They need to actually understand what that work is. And the first step is them being able to articulate and acknowledge what it is that they want. A healthy manifestation is one that you can say. It's not one that you position the energy around you in the space that you say everything's perfect. Now nobody move, right? Because something I'm seeing here, like, and I keep on seeing this, like I see a connection between you and another person. It's not due to lack of care. And if you're feeling that, like I can see the fact that you can understand that this energy potentially cares about you too. The question you need to ask yourself is if you want the same things. Because I keep on hearing a healthy relationship is not a roller coaster. It's not a space of saying I'll do anything. It's not a relationship that says where you go, I go, even though I have no idea where that is. Because when we care about each other, we take care of one another by saying, I'm never going to make you feel like I'm moving you. I'm never going to make you feel like you're in the dark as to what something is and where it's going. Right? A relationship should not feel like a haunted house. It should feel like a walk down the street. And I keep on seeing that someone navigating their own volatility, they have to heal from whatever this trauma is that they experienced in the past. Because I keep on hearing the trauma is following them. So that every time they start to enter into healthy partnership, it feels like it's an illusory space. And they start reenacting the trauma of the past because they can't believe the energetic peace that they're receiving. And this is why we have to heal, because if we're not ready to let go of the trauma, then we just start projecting it on the people we care about most. And I'm saying all of this to you to help you kind of effectively heal from this, because I can see the fact that there's a lot of there's a lot of concern for this person here. I see the fact that there's a lot of worry. Remember, like the universe has us. I know, like this is what we talk about. Like this is why we pray. Like take care of them. Like, we send those wishes to the universe. We say make sure that they're okay, because that space or that force of articulation. I keep on hearing the messages coming through that says if you've told someone that you're available to heal something, if you've told someone what it is that you desire and aspire to have with them, remember, you did not abandon them. You gave them the map. You gave them the flashlight. You said to them, the choice is up to you. I can't wait for you, but you know where to find me. So rest assured that in that work, right? That sense of, as long as you've done that work, like that ability of doing so, I keep on hearing they need to find their path. They need to understand. They need to do that work in understanding that moving into partnership is not um, a space where you lose opportunity. It's a space where you commit to something and everything flourishes because of that energetic commitment. But I keep on seeing that there's something about releasing, like some feeling of like feeling like one, like of there's a very volatile past connected to someone. And this is why, we can build into the space of being empathetic for what created the space of another person to constantly have their guard up. But that's why we say, like, we can't force healing into situations until someone is ready to. Because even if we try to move towards someone and we say everything's okay, right? The trauma says, like, that's what they all say, right? It's like the trauma, like that. It requires them to be able to have the space to be able to desire to put the weapons down. Bottom of the deck, a healthy partnership, like, and I feel like I see this space that you're very empathic in relationality to understanding the circumstances and situations as to why there's so much volatility around someone, right? I keep on hearing, being able to understand the reason that another person approaches the world from a point of pain does not condone them not treating you right? Just understanding the source and the reason why someone is the way they are doesn't make it okay for them to continue to perpetuate that trauma on you. So make sure that you're honoring yourself, and keep on hearing that is not you being dispassionate. That is you also healing, because I feel like there's some kind of situation where you share some kind of bond with someone, because a lot of the environment that I keep on hearing you say, you get it, like you feel it too. But I need to point out, if you're doing the work not to project it out onto others, if you're doing that hard work, you are also proof that it's not that the trauma is not an excuse, right? Because when we look for an excuse, we'll always find an excuse. But when we're looking for a reason, we'll always find a reason. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Crystal. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, friends, we're at 61K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. Next person on the list for today is Lovely. Lovely, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Hi, I can't wait to see it, Nikki. I'm looking forward to it. Tate. Well, it's crazy once you've healed how you realize that you used to be that carousel. saying you want something, but only scared of something deeper. But I think that, like, and I think that this is the thing that you recognize, Tate, right? If you're looking back at the past version of self and you've got notes, I want you to appreciate how far you've come, right? Because I just keep on seeing that something, I keep on hearing something that you would have like welcomed with open arms. You're now like it, I keep on hearing it's not romantic anymore. It's like I keep on hearing it's not like I see you almost looking at something saying it's not romantic, it's tragic. But that's because they're saying that you're recognizing and identifying your value, and you're just not willing to have you're just not in a space where you have to feel like you need to negotiate to another person why you're worth the trouble. And Tay, thank you so much. And thank you, Nikki, for getting on the list. You will be read for after Lovely. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. All right, where were we? And Ray, good to see you today, dear. Saying you want something, but only being scared of something deeper. But again, and I think you're recognizing this, Tate, like you're starting to see the difference between energy that says they want something versus energy that you know, it's easy to say the difference between a wish and a manifestation is doing the work to get there. And I can see, like, I feel like you're surrounded by a lot of wishes right now, is what I keep on hearing. Like I told you that you're in Pisces because like the Pisces, the wish that are fished, right? Wish, 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 wish. Like what is the Pisces energy doing? Wish, 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 wish. But again, this is why those in Pisces learn how to swim upstream, right? The place where wishes become action is through doing the hard work. Ray, coming in and seeing those. I know it's wild. And heads up, Ramon, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Ms. Weasley, I wrote down something you said a few weeks ago that really resonated with me. Oh, you did? I'm so glad that it resonated. The difference between a habit and a lesson is the ability to take the note, tap to claim, thank you, and finally admitting how you feel fixes nothing. That's the bare minimum. Thank you as well, Ms. Weasley. Also, having a quantity of emotion isn't a direction. It's about the quality and intention. Tap to claim, thank you, not the expectation of what could be. Beautiful, thank you. Thank you for taking those notes. I'm so glad that they had an impact on you, and thank you for being here and sharing them back to the collective. Bridget, we were talking about the Saturn return calculator link that I put in the Discord a while back. Oh, cool, thank you. I need to check out the Discord. You do. And again, anyone who's a subscriber, you should have access to the Discord. Also, remember, if you want to become a part of our Tarot Church classes, if you're a subscriber, you'll find a special discount code there in the perks section. It's under the astrology tab. Excellent. Thank you. I'm going to hop over in there this afternoon. 222, tap to claim, Miss Weasley and Bridget. This, loving ourselves. Thank you, Trishina. You're so welcome, Chris. Thank you for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on your journey. And thank you for being a subscriber. Hi there, Cappy. Are you drinking water? I recommend. I love water, especially right now. With all of these planets in Aries, it's really important to hydrate. And Nikki, thank you for those gifts. I love the baby dragon. I appreciate you for helping me see the true light energy. I do my best, sweet. Thank you for being here and also receiving. And thank you for supporting each other in the live. And thank you for being a part of this collective. I write down the things you say all the time. Oh, thank you, Nikki. Sometimes I'm just walking around my house like, yes. Thank you, Nikki. I appreciate you. I heard you. Hold on. I heard you in my head saying what I say. I have so many quotes from Sin I've written down. Oh, thank you, guys. Would we be able to add a channel for photography? Absolutely. I can definitely do that. Let me just, Grace, hold on. You know me, I need to write it down. Because, you know, the goldfish. I have to write it down or the goldfish is like, what? Thank you, Miss Weasley. All right, Hardy, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yep. Okay, next person, Lovely. Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. Oh, I can do that too. That's a great idea, Nikki. Hold on. All right, done. Book of quotes. Your wisdom stays in my head rent free. I'm glad. I'm glad. I hope in a good way. Thank you, Tay. All right, just waiting. Specific question. Excellent. Let me know, Cappy, what your question is. All right. And also, friends, we are at 61.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. Don't go back to the sword store. We haven't had that in a minute, have we? It's been like, that was like, that's been, it's interesting that we haven't had that one come up in a while. All right. Fake ice cream, yes. Fake ice cream still comes up a lot on my, the relationship. Let's call them Mark. Okay. I like that it's the relationship. I like that. Don't look for puppies in the store. Yeah, you don't find puppies or kittens in the sword store. On your mark. I like that too. Okay. Okay, so we're just, oh, hold on. Oh my gosh, what's going on with this is, hold on, the cards are on the ground. These are your cards, Kathy. Oh geez, what's going on here? This is giving me like concepts of a plan. Oh, geez. Oh my goodness. This person. Okay, let's walk through it. um, so here's the thing. Okay, I'm going to walk you through something right now. There are the things that are good in our brain, right? There's the things that are good in our brain that we think about, and they're nice there, right? Everything's nice in our brain, right? We can think about like the wackiest stuff, and everything is nice in our brain place, okay? But the thing is, the brain is not good at identifying pain, right? Even in the brain spot, in the brain place, when you think about pain in the brain space, even the pain doesn't really feel like pain, right? So often energy can get really excited about something and they say, I'm ready for something. And then here comes somebody like someone like you who I see is experience. We're going to call you experience, right? And it's funny because I think it's really like Bridget was like channeling a bit of this energy on your mark. I wanted to like, let's do it. Let's do it. And I see you going, well, no, don't get ahead of yourself because I see you having real tangible experience in something. I see you like you're bringing the wisdom to the situation. And what are you saying? What are you saying to the energy that's like, let's go for it? I see you saying, be careful what you wish for. Why? And I'm not saying that. I see you in that space where you're trying to help someone understand that I keep on hearing, when we try to rush through things, we get nothing. Because when we try to rush through things, others feel like they're means to an end, is what I keep seeing. And I keep on feeling like there's this energetic vibration spot of someone who wants to move towards you, but their excitement, their over eagerness is the point of caution. Because I see you like I see someone saying, I know what I'm doing. And I see you being like, you're not giving any indication of knowing what you're doing. It just seems like you're very, very, very focused on what you want. You know? Like, and I keep on seeing you having to say to someone, I am not your dream come true. I am a person too. I am not a figment. I see you saying like, I am not a figment of your fantasy. I am not here to be your dream. I'm looking for reality. Because I keep on hearing you say to someone, because I feel like the issue here is someone who has a real hard time prioritizing energy. And the sad part is, and I got to tell you right now, you are everything this person's been looking for. This is what the universe does, right? We ask for something, the universe is very kind. Give us exactly what we're looking for. But the bigger question isn't whether you're what you're looking for, it's whether they're ready. And I keep on seeing that, like, their over eagerness, their focus on a means to an end, something about prioritizing their pleasure, something about not being considerate or not working on a manifestation in a way that feels like others are able to come into a space of mutually agreeing upon something. It feels a lot like someone who is trying to have like either rules, like unique rules, where someone says like, I can do this, you can't do that. Right? like, like that, or trying to circumvent, right? Energy. And what happens when someone does this? It's creepy. It's creepy. It gives someone the heebie-jeebies, right? Like this is how you become creepy energy. When it's like you don't just talk about, like when you don't just talk about the things you want, but you feel like you're trying to move energy into position to have it. Ugh. Like like, you know what I mean? It's not, it feels, it makes others feel gross because it makes you feel like you are just, they don't see you as a person. They see you as a means to an end. And that's the thing that I think is wild about this, because this is some kind of energetic situation where they have been articulating the desire to the universe for somebody like you for a long time. But I keep on seeing the difference, right? The difference between being able to hold something. I keep on hearing when you embrace someone, you're not holding them down, you're setting them free. It's not that, and I keep on seeing that, like there's that space here that it almost feels like there's some kind of, I keep on hearing it's like somebody's trying to get you to agree to an exceptional situation wherein the rules don't apply. How that never will you know that you're in an uncalibrated relationship when someone tries to say these are the rules, but the first rule is the rules don't apply to me, is what I keep on hearing. Like I literally hear some kind of situation of someone going, here are the rules, but then there's the first rule, which says the rules don't apply to me. Right. And I can see you looking at someone and being like, that's not how it works. And again, I need to point out, if you want something unconventional, there's more rules, there's not less rules, because there's nothing that you can fall back upon in the space of assumption. So I I feel like like I feel like a lot of this um is, I keep on getting, if you're talking to this person, make sure that you're being very clear about what you want. Make sure that you're being very honest. And I got to tell you right now, if somebody has aversion to your honesty, then that tells you everything you need about the difference between someone that says that they want something, the fantasy in the head, versus having the ability to navigate discomfort that is required to be able to embody it. Because like I said, things are great up here. This is a playground. There's no pain up here. But understanding that the things that we want are always much more complicated, being able to have the ability to navigate what those things are, It almost feels like a little bit of energy that you have to protect someone from themselves in relationality to like trying to come towards you and say that they want something with you, but not giving like but not giving the indications that they're strong enough to handle. um I keep on hearing the insecurity or the vulnerability that something that they articulate brings forth, right? I keep on hearing we have to be resilient. It's not just enough to want things as it relates to our manifestation goals. We have to be resilient enough to be able to navigate them. And that comes with the pathwork of understanding that we moderate our excitement um, with others, like others concerns do not stand in the way of our manifestation. They help keep us honest. Because when another person brings up a concern in the process of our manifestation, if we just try to move it away, like that is the moment that we say, like, you're getting in my way. We don't get in the way of each other's manifestations when we're walking together. We are attentive to each other's needs. Those are the priorities, not what's on the other side of it. Bottom of the deck. And like I kept on saying, everything you need to know about that is about handling a hard conversation, right? Because when we voice our concerns and another person is prioritizing us, we move at the same pace. But when someone sees us as a means to an end and we voice our concerns and they try to push them aside, it can often feel like we're being objectified because it's saying, you're getting my way, right? Why are you causing problems, right? It's that space of understanding. I keep on hearing we walk at the same pace towards a manifestation goal, or we don't walk there at all, because that's the difference between being demanding in terms of what we want and getting upset about anyone who stands in our way and getting there versus prioritizing the energy that we're going there with, right? It's not about, like, a healthy manifestation isn't about like fulfilling a personal need. It's understanding the vibration that one moves towards it in accordance with energy that isn't aligned to you. So I keep on seeing that somebody's like someone trying to rush a process. And I keep on saying that, this thing I think that's sad about it. I see someone that wants the same things, but is just trying to bring some caution to it. You know, like the difference between someone saying we're getting there, like this is the direction we're headed, versus someone saying like we have to be there now or else, is the difference between, you know, making plans or setting ultimatums, right? And that's the difference of the feeling of doing something together versus feeling like one is being dragged along. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kathy. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you'd like, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, we are at 63.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. All right. It is the relationship. I love that, Nikki. He seems drawn to me, but there's lots of drama. But that's the thing. It feels like it's like I like to point out when there's drama around someone, it's like I keep on. I like to point out we can usually explain the drama around us. and I need to point out, if this is one of those energies of someone saying, I don't know why they're obsessed with me, like, I feel like there's the energy of saying, it seems to me like that's a lot of confused people trying to get clarity. Yep. It's going to leave a mark. Nice. Sin, if you only knew the half of it. No, I'm getting a good sense of it here. No, not the concepts. Whose brain? Not me. Thoughts and prayers. Slow the brain down to observe perception and balance it with intuition. Tap to claim grace. I truly don't want to be hurtful, but I feel like he's seeing me as an escape. Exactly. That's what I meant. I keep on seeing you saying to someone, like, I am not your dream. I'm not your dream. Like, I am not, like, I am a reality, you know? We would be a great match. No, you would be. Like, that's the thing that's wild about this. But they got to pick a direction, you know? When you don't want to let go of things, you lose everything. Like, this is me. Like, I see someone here. Like, I get it. I no longer seek the truth from someone who can't face their own. Tap to claim, Bridget. Yes, thank you, Trishina. I've had several of those experiences. You're everything I wanted, but I can't. It's it's very telling. It's very telling when you find those moments with someone, right? Yep, the desire to mold me. I'm kind of a free bird. And that's what I keep on seeing, is like, I see you saying to someone, like, this is like, if you want, like, it's not like, and I feel like that's the problem about it, because I feel like there's something about the connection that you've already realized or recognized, that there's something about um like, it's not, I keep on hearing it, you're not a possession, is what I keep on hearing. Like, that's the thing that I think is difficult about it, is saying to another person, like, look, and I keep on seeing with energy like this, it's always hard, because the thing that attracts someone, like often when someone's too possessive, the thing that attracted one to another person will be the same thing that they fault them for later down the line. I feel like you're already picking up something about that here. A treasure to be put on the shelf. Exactly. Yes, exactly, Bridget. My precious. That's what I'm seeing. Like, it's a bit like that. Yes. And his kid. Oh, geez. Really? But that's also like there's something about there's something to be said there. Like, there's something about I keep on hearing there's something about a revolving door. Like, there's something more there, is what I'm getting. You know, we haven't spoken. I think he's fearful because I'm pretty blunt. But and that like that's what I keep on meaning. Like, I need to point this out. Like, it's not you're not blunt. It's just, as to me, a healthy relationship can stand a hard conversation. Like, I don't think that this is bluntness. I feel like you're just being pragmatic about something. And they're used to situations of just like, let's just pretend this isn't happening. And I see you being like, no, that's how people get hurt. I have new sneakers too. Time to test them out. He's in an unhappy relationship. But that's also what I see someone with some boundary issues. Like, that's the thing about it. Like, I see a bunch of, and I need to point this out. If this is a type of energy that's saying, I don't know why they're obsessed with me, like, the song of someone with unhealthy boundary issues is recognizing when saying, I don't know why they're obsessed with me, because it's a bunch of energy that's trying to figure out what the heck is going on. I've never even dated them. I'm getting negative vibes for non-relationship that I'm not pursuing. He's pursuing it. So make sure I keep on hearing, make sure that, like, there's something here that's possible, but they have to be able to answer questions. And if they're running away when you're asking them, like, let that be protection, right? Because I keep on hearing the same message, which is a healthy relationship can stand a hard conversation. It doesn't, there's no how dare you. I keep on hearing there's no how dare you. It's I'm glad you asked. Thank you as well for receiving this message, Trishina. You're so welcome, Cappy. Hi there, Nikki. Good to see you. I think I've lived through that too. I'm on the other side of it. Some see the package and think the tape is easy to unpack. Not always the case. Tap to claim. Taking a quick shower. No worries, dear. Take your time. Oh, welcome from your nap, Minnie. I've had to learn they'll follow if you lead if they want to heal. Tap to claim. And again, you don't pull someone in that direction, right? It's not an ultimatum. It's like I'll see you when you get there. I'll see you when you get there. Nikki, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Yep. Thank you for confirmation, Grace. You're welcome, lovely. Sending you so much support on that journey. I keep on hearing, let your throat chakra do the work. If someone is shying away from the hard conversations, right? Like I keep on hearing, it's not like you're not ruining. Like when you are trying to bring someone's fantasy into reality and they're not ready for it, what are they going to say? You're ruining the fantasy. Yeah, that's what you do when you bring something into a reality. It's like, yeah, that's what you do. You ruin the fantasy to make it a reality. It's not about keeping the fantasy. Can I have guidance from spirit guides on the next chapter? Absolutely, dear. All right. All right, 4 cards, please. Highest priority messages from spirit. And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the next person read for. It's a great time to get on the list. Also, friends, we are at 64K. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 100K in no time. Ryan, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. 4 cards, please. So I keep on seeing that I feel like there's something really important that I see is happening. And I feel like a lot of it is amplified in that feeling of where do we go from here? Um, I feel like there's just a situation right now where both you and another person are healing from some kind of karmic cycle. Um, and I got to point this out, like, you know, there's something to be recognized and identified in understanding that the I keep hearing the force of commitment is best exemplified in the ability to bring attentiveness and care to another. And what's interesting about it is I actually see, like, I feel like this is the first time that you're actually in a relationship with someone who has the same love language as you, is what I'm seeing. And I think that this is, and this is the conversation that you have to have with someone, because the funny thing with love languages is um, the love language often hides the abandonment wound. And so I see the fact that, like, I see you and another that are working in the context of being in the space of liking to give care. but it's very hard for you to receive care. Is what I keep on seeing. I see you in another person. Like, it seems like I almost hear like an argument, someone being like, "No, I care for you. No, I care for you." You guys can both care for each other, and you're both helping each other heal. The challenge space when you share the same love language of another is that you have to heal the intimacy wound in the process by which you first came into that love language. Because I keep on seeing that there's something about that force of there's something about that force of effort about applying care that is convenient because it creates the space of not having to receive energetic care, right? It's a lot of that healing. It's healing from the "don't worry about me, I'm fine" kind of energy that is often articulated in spaces of trauma that, like I keep on hearing, like the self-sacrificing tendency of saying, "No, no, I'll take care of that myself. I don't want to bother you with it," that often articulates the fear of allowing another person to get close to you. And so I feel like this is a bit of the space that maybe create a bit of a challenge point for you and another, because you guys share the same love language, you have the same wound. The ability, I keep on hearing, like the relationship is such that it's going to challenge you because it's going to strike the intimacy wound in learning what it feels like to be cared for. And I keep on hearing, remember that that care is reciprocal. And I keep on seeing, I want you to, I don't want you to say, I don't like things being like, I don't like things being done for me. I want you to say, I'm learning to receive, is what I keep on hearing, like the mantra for you and another person when you start having that push off point and being like, no, no, no. I want you to say, I am learning to receive, which is I am working through and learning that it is safe to receive, that there isn't an energetic catch, that there isn't something that's going to be held over my head later, that a gift is a gift because it's not, I keep on hearing, a gift is a gift because it's not a bargaining chip, it's not a test. It is something that is given because another cares for me. And I keep on seeing that's going to be like, that's going to take time to heal, but something about that space of, and I see for you, I feel like a lot of that is learning to find your strength. Like, I see you becoming very energetically protective. I feel like you being able to come into your own authenticity is such that it feels, I almost see that there's something about this relationship that's going to make you feel more in the role of protector than you ever have before, because um, something about you learning to receive and being cared for is going to bring that sense of energetic security and protectiveness towards you. Um, while, like, I keep on getting like mama bear energy, whereas I feel like for your counterpart, it has more to do with discovering the wound in relationality to unpacking some type of trauma that they've carried that kind of put them in the space of I keep on hearing like the hyper independence that trauma creates when we learn early on that there's no one else that we can look towards, is what I keep on hearing. Right. I feel like there's a wound in another of someone that has a hard time working through being cared for because there was something about a space very early on that was like a wound that was created in terms of saying like no one is going to be there to like to save me. I just have to kind of be in a space of saving myself. So I feel like that space of learning to accept nurturing, um, and being patient with one another in the process of that, um, it's going to take a little bit of time. But I also feel like it's going to be very profound because I keep on hearing that there's something about you and another, working through something that was difficult, but not letting it change you, right? Like almost like it feels like it reaffirms to you like who you can be in the space of what versus another person projecting their pain onto you. Um, and I feel like if anything, the one thing to be conscious of is not like I keep on seeing not being too overly protective of one another, like trusting each other in relationality to how to deal with situations, right? I keep on hearing um, the space of not feeling like you need to defend one another, but rather being in a space of being always ready to protect each other is what I keep hearing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I mean, I keep on seeing like there's something about working into um, like building into the pathwork of patience. And I think it's interesting because I see for you, it feels more like it's helping you to build into an appreciation of peace, right? It feels to me like a lot of that is going to be you changing your like changing your relationship to um, to peace is what I keep on hearing, because it says to me that like in the past you may have like run from it, and now I see you being very protective of it. While for them, I see that this is more of the space of them learning that it is safe to be peaceful with another, right? I almost see some kind of like energy of like someone working in the space of learning that it is safe to be vulnerable, or it's safe to be able to express something without feeling like there's going to be some kind of consequence to doing so. So remember, like I keep on saying, hearing like let Saturn do their work. Remember that trust is something that every day we create anew, and it doesn't mean that we're perfect, but we're always learning, because everything I keep on seeing here is I feel like it's interesting because I feel like it's the relationship itself is one that the peace it creates for you opens up your time in relationality to not having to perseverate over it, and being able, like the gift you're getting back in the relationship is time, because that reliability is such that allows you to turn your attention to the things that you feel are important. So thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list to be the next person read for, 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. You're so welcome, Cappy. Great reading of yours of the struggle, speaking aloud of actions to show what you meant. Thank you for receiving that message, Grace. And Ryan, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right, hold on a minute. I struggle with that too. No, I'll care for you. Exactly. Yes, this is this is resonating. Hummingbird, tap to claim box. You sit down, I'll do it. No, you sit down. Exactly. Like it's a lot of that. No, let me take care of you. No, you let me take care of you kind of energy. It's good medicine. Yeah. You deserve that love back. Tap to claim. Yeah, I've always had to care for others. And I feel like that's what I meant. You guys have the same love language. So like they you both do so in the same way. Minnie, I'm learning that it is safe to receive, right? Like you should write, like that's the mantra for you both right now. Make sure you write that down. You choose to, maybe like you're that powerful. It is hard for me to accept care. Yes, hyper independence. Hi, bam. It's like I pulled it from your brain. Exactly. Yeah, did you put it before? Did you state it before I said it? Exactly. Resonating. Thank you, Ava. This is making me emotional. Thank you, Azorable. I do my best. I like that. Always ready to protect. Yeastin, you got two uhs today. The is like the chart. Hey, you're so welcome. And creative, thank you for the gifts. You're so welcome, Nikki. I also keep on getting the message you guys share a guide. I'm not sure where that's coming from, but I keep on hearing the fact that you guys have a shared guide, which is interesting. Oh, you're so welcome, Bridget. All right, friends. Just a reminder, the list is open if anyone else would like to get on the list for today. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read across these apps, pregnancy or medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you guys can book private readings on my site. The next person, we are actually going to move to 1 card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber who has not had a card pulled today, you can put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber to receive a card, just hit that subscribe button and you'll be added. You can you'll be added to the collective list, and you can also have a reading. Oh, that's beautiful, Nikki. It's definitely angelic energy. Hi there, Azorable. Are we just doing a highest priority message from Spirit? Got you, Sophia. Yes, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit for Azorable, please. It never hurts to ask. Go for it. I feel like you've been thinking about asking somebody for something or offering something. I keep on hearing do it because you're planting that seed. It might not immediately, I keep on hearing, it might not immediately come into fruition, but think of it, a no now is a not yet. You know, I keep on hearing, I'll take that into consideration. So make sure, I keep on hearing, don't worry about a yes. Remember that asking sometimes plants seeds. Sophia, 1 card for my angels on next steps. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. I mean, I feel like there's something about putting attention towards the care of the self right now. Remember, Spirit's first directive is to care for the self, because through caring through ourself, we're able to care for others around us. And that's not selfish. It's not selfish to do that if you're just holding the same standards of compassion to yourself that you're doing to those around you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, again, and if there's energy that like, if there's energy that makes you feel bad for resting, like that is the song of someone that isn't appreciative of you. I keep on hearing rest is not exclusive of work. Rest is what makes work possible. So make sure that you're prioritizing what you need, especially as it relates to building healthy energetic practices for yourself right now. Hi there, creative. 1 card for creative. Highest priority messages, please. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of work right now on releasing grief. You know, don't hold on to the past too tightly right now. And listen, if someone is holding on to the past too tightly, and I need to point this out, you can usually tell when there's a situation that you can't heal, because if someone holds on to the past too much, right? Like, we don't hold resentment from the past, because holding resentment for the past creates a wall of impossibility in terms of what we can have in the future. The past is a library, it's not an armory. And if someone is trying to say, well, like, it's not about who started it, don't be in the space of matching energies. Be the energetic example, be the force of change. Yeah, right? I keep on hearing break the cycle, right? And the cycle says, you know, they started it, and we break the cycle with saying just because they started it doesn't mean I have to move in accordance to that, right? We don't match energy. We don't create lessons. We don't teach others lessons. We become the energetic force of change. Guy, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Azorable. This deck star is the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. This is the deck that I teach from. And this is the deck that I prefer to read from. I've actually got 2 of them here. I like this particular deck because there's a lot of, you may also hear it called the Rider-Waite deck. I prefer to call it the Smith-Waite deck because Rider's the card company. Pamela Coleman Smith is the creator of this deck. This is actually the Centennial deck where they returned to the original images to duplicate the cards. So it's the most color corrected that you can find of this deck. Thank you, Star. Thank you as well, Cosmic. Final call right now for anyone who would like a reading today or any subscribers who have not had cards pulled today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We will be back on tomorrow at a little bit later in the afternoon at 10 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating that bell will turn on notifications, but sometimes this app doesn't like to let you know when I've gone live. So make sure that you're also registering directly for the event tomorrow if you'd like to be notified. If you became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel and introduce yourself to the collective in the Welcome Wagon section. You'll also find in the perk section a special coupon code if you'd like to join our tarot class program on Substack. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with the Temperance card. But now's a great time to join because you've got, when you become a subscriber, you'll have access to the previous classes. So you'll be able to start to study for our next class. Hi there, Shmush Shmush. Good to see you today. And thank you for the follow, Victoria. Thank you, Adam, for the gifts. Oh, it's a day before your birthday. Buon compleanno, Fig. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you missed the Daily Collective, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Oh, it's okay, A10. It'll be up later. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.